a re beha pele ka thapelo.
A re obeng diathogo di morara re boloke o retelle pele ka nako tsotlhe ha re ntse re tshela mme ga go le thata ene a re ha re ntse re gola bao ba ba sa dumeleng ba ba tshwanang le bo modulasetulo ba ba dumelang mo Islamong le o ke bapileng le ene Honorable Hikwama le bone ba ba senang se tumelo gongwe tumelo wa bone e le ya traditional.
Statutory bodies and state enterprises. Ke bidwa Arafat Khan ke mo parlamente wa Molepolle Bokoni mme anong ke tle go neela ba komiti ya me gore ba introduce le tele ba itse gore ha le buiseng se le gompieno di bua le bomang.
Ya leboga modulasetulo maina a me ke bidwa go twe Tlhabologo Furniture ke leloko la komiti yone mme ke parlamenta ko kgaolong e bidwa go twe Tati East ko Bokone Bothaba ke a leboga.
Dumelang ke bidwa Gaefele Stombo ke mo parlamento a Tonota ke bile ke leloko la komiti yone ke a leboga. Thank you.
Hello, dumelang bagaetsho. Ke bidwa Mphemetse Kopa ke le mo parlamento wa jone Mabutsane ke leloko la komiti yone. Thank you.
Ke bidwa Jeremiah Frenzel, Member of Parliament for Shasha West. It's a Yamitsi Abu Matangwani Burulong Chadibele Shashemoke. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Dumelang bagarona. Ki bidiwa Caterpillar Kainangura Hikwama. Ki mo parlamente wa ko Mau West. Ki leloko la committee yone ya leboga Honorable Chair.
Ke a leboga Chair. Dumelang lote ke a le lemoga ka maemo a lona le go thatologana ga lona. Ke bidwa Phil Aaron. Ke member ke MP Wangani ibile I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Janet Mahana. I'm the Deputy Auditor General representing Office of the Auditor General. I'm with my colleague Lopa on that side. Thank you.
Dumelang Betso, Kibidwa Samuel Diane from Office of Accountant General. Kenal my colleagues here, Mamusi Manyana, Le Mamulif. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rapelandi Zinkau from the Attorney General's Chambers.
Good morning. Kibidwa Hamangulibele. I'm the technical advisor to the committee.
Good morning. Kibidwa Tiroya Onemuntusi Mariwa Kwena. Kele Mokwalidwa Committee on Public Enterprises.
Dumela, Kibidwa Pazimo Mibe from the Office of the Parliamentary Council.
A re ke nako ya water utilities gore batho ba re bolelle gore ke bomang ba re introduce.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Dumela maloko a parlamente, colleagues. Ke Ke bidwa Khaslemo Senai, ke Chief Executive Officer ya Water Utilities Corporation.
Thank you, Chair, members. Na ke bidwa Thaba Mogodi, CFO, ko Water Utilities Corporation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ke bidwa Felicity Ziga, Board Secretary ko Water Utilities.
Good morning, everyone. Ke bidwa Thabo Risheng, standing in for the Internal Audit Director.
Dumelang Motswadi, Motswadi Tsiamiso, Customer Care and Communication Designer.
Dumelang Motswadi, ke bidwa Ntshitse Molawa, Acting Guest Minister of Water and Human Services. Dumelang Mabon, ke bidwa Letsoko Mokadibe, Human Services, Water Utilities.
Yami ke itumetse gore anong ra go proceed ka oath re tatsa ba ba hapele ba hale gore go tlhoka gore go ne le sengwe ko morago ba le akgelang re ta kopa le lona beletsa oath kana affirmation. At this juncture, let me remind witnesses that the proceedings are under oath. You have been summoned to give evidence before this Parliamentary Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprises. The evidence you will give before this committee will be on oath or affirmation and must be truthful in terms of the oath or affirmation. You shall take before the giving of your evidence your option to swear to oath or on the Bible by putting your left hand on the Bible and with your right hand raised. And what I will let I say oath kana affirmation. Oboe makati now. I, full names,
Khaslemo Senai,
do hereby swear that
the
evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I,
full names,
I, Thaba Mogodi,
do hereby swear that
the
evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I,
Felicity Ziga,
do hereby swear that
the
evidence I shall give before this committee.
right hand. Oh.
Which the kind of our nation to score. I,
Felicity Ziga,
do hereby swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence that I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
the
whole truth, and nothing else
the whole truth and nothing else
but the truth.
So
help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I, Thabo Risheng,
do hereby swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. Gora ro ba se tseng ha go na le sengwe se le ta se tlhokang gore le re tla le tseisa gape but ra leboga. On behalf of this statutory bodies committee, I welcome you to this committee. Your attendance is highly appreciated. Please note that this examination is part of our Parliament's oversight responsibility. As a result, we welcome your cooperation and thoughtful responses to members of this committee. I'm now going to invite the accounting officer to present his executive summary. Please limit your presentation to key issues and highlights on the mandate of water utilities, financial performance, governance, auditors' reports, BAWA, PPRA, and any other regulators' reports. For our presentation, we have 15. 1-5. Gore o e garele o re bolelle so re se tsholetseng ha re hetsa te re neela ba komiti gore ba le botse dipotso. Ke a leboga ke nako ya gago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try my best. And thanks for having us at this committee examination. I'll start with the corporation's mandate. As the committee is aware, water utilities was established by an Act of Parliament in 1970. And it serves the national utility responsible for providing potable water and wastewater services countrywide. We play a critical role in supporting public health, economic development, environmental protection, and national water security. So as a state-owned enterprise, the corporation aligns its operations strategies and performance outcomes with national development priorities, including National Development Plan, Vision 2036, Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 6, which espouses universal and equitable access to water services and sanitation by 2030. Our core mandate is to develop, operate, and maintain water supply and wastewater infrastructure, and to ensure the reliable, safe, and efficient delivery of potable water and sanitation services to urban centers, major villages, and rural communities. We operate in a very challenging environment characterized by water scarcity. As we know, Botswana is a water-scarce country, climate variability, aging infrastructure, rising operational costs, and increasing service expectations, while simultaneously responding to government policy objectives, which are aimed at improving affordability and universal access. Against this backdrop, the corporation is required to balance service delivery obligations with financial sustainability, effective asset management, regulatory compliance, and prudent stewardship of public resources. To guide its long-term direction, the corporation has adopted the 2025-2030 strategic plan, which builds on the transformational strategy and reaffirms the corporation's mission to provide sustainable, efficient, and responsible potable water and wastewater management services in support of Botswana's social and economic development. The strategy places strong emphasis on financial sustainability, service reliability, customer experience, governance, environmental responsibility, and institutional resilience. We remain committed to ensuring equitable access to water and sanitation and safeguarding water quality in line with requirements of the Botswana Bureau of Standards, as well as strengthening wastewater management. And we recognize the importance of strong governance, accountability, and transparency, particularly as a public institution entrusted with critical national infrastructure and service delivery responsibilities. A high-level highlight on operational activities and performance indicators. We have a customer base of, or consumer base of 2.5 million people, Babanwa meets, and they consume water at a rate of 220 liters per capita per day, which is a concern. It's on a higher side compared to international benchmark of about 120 liters per day. And we have a human capital staff complement of 3,517 employees with a labor to cost ratio of 42%, which is also a concern compared to the benchmark, 30%. And a labor to revenue ratio of 48%. Law is also a concern. For every one pooler, revenue that we get, almost 50% of it goes to salaries and wages. We have a customer base of just over 600,000. There's the actual connections. It's a meter. There are villages that we browse this infrastructure that we continuously browse, supply water through full-time browsing, and some of them are ungazetted settlements. So there are 39 in number out of the 517 villages countrywide that we supply with water. On the positive side, we've attained consistent potable water supply. 22 hours out of 24 hours every day, against the target 22 hours. So we are able to supply 23 hours out of 24 hours. The downside, we lose a lot of water, non-revenue water. Almost 50% of water that we supply, we lose to the ground due to dilapidated infrastructure. Supply-demand ratio is at 83%. Literally, it means 17% of the population do not have reliable water supply. However, access to drinking water is commendable at 91%. But when they are able to connect or access services. And compliance to water quality compliance to the requisite standard, so as a bit of standard, was 32. In urban centers, we've consistently been able to attain 100% compliance, whereas in rural areas, we are at 70%. This is due to incomplete water treatment infrastructure in rural settlements. Access to sanitation, UNS and Selikota at 55%, and we have an asset base of 24.6 billion pool. Moving forward, Mr. Chairman, to corporation performance, starting with projects delivery. The corporation demonstrated strong performance in the delivery of major capital and infrastructure projects, reflecting improved projects planning, execution, oversight, and inter-institutional coordination. Key water and wastewater projects have either been completed, substantially progressed, or commissioned across multiple service centers. The sustained momentum in project delivery has materially strengthened the national water supply resilience and service coverage. The corporation's ability to execute capital-intensive projects, largely funded by government grants, stands out as a key achievement, particularly given the scale, technical complexity, the geographical spread of the infrastructure portfolio. These projects directly support water security objectives and provide a solid foundation for improved operational performance going forward. On water supply, the corporation recorded marked improvements in water supply reliability and availability during this period. This is a 5-year period that we are reporting under. Driven by infrastructure improvements, improved scheme performance, and strengthened operational management. Key achievements include improved supply reliability in both urban and rural areas, with increased daily supply hours in major service centers, enhanced performance of strategic bulk water schemes, including the North-South Carrier scheme, resulting in reduced supply interruptions. And talking about the North-South Carrier, Yone Masama water project, believe it or not, these are our flagship projects that we've been able to achieve during the NDP 11 period and have had a market impact on the livelihoods of Botswana. Overall, the corporation made tangible progress towards fulfilling its mandate of delivering a consistent and reliable water supply nationwide, while laying the groundwork for long-term sustainability. Wastewater services continue to progress, particularly in system reliability, infrastructure, rehabilitation, and environmental protection. And a key highlight is the construction of wastewater treatment plants in major villages to improve operational efficiencies, as we've successfully completed plants in Maung, Mosopa, and so on. On financial performance, over the period, the corporation recorded steady revenue growth, with a total revenue increasing from 1.81 billion in 2020 to 2021 to 2.22 billion in 2024-2025. Notwithstanding this improvement, total costs remained elevated, rising from 2.07 billion to 2.53 billion over the same period. As a result, the corporation reported losses before tax in each year, with performance improving in 2023-2024 before deteriorating again in 2024-2025. Overall, the revised results indicate that although revenue expanded, financial sustainability remains constrained by cost pressures and volatility in cost containment outcomes. A quick look at the labor relations and employee relations matters. The corporation recorded an increased labor relations matters as of December 2025, particularly cases relating to absenteeism, dishonesty, and unauthorized use of corporation resources. An assessment of these incidents indicated financial indebtedness among employees and gaps in supervision as key contributory factors. In response, we have an employee relations section within our Human Resources Department that continuously intensifies staff sensitization and awareness briefings focusing on employee conduct, ethical standards, and accountability frameworks with the objective of reducing the occurrence of such transgressions. At the end of the reporting period, the status of labor-related disputes was as follows. We had 5 cases referred to Labor Office, 8 cases referred to Industrial Court. We had 2 cases at the High Court and 1 case at the Court of Appeal. The corporation continues to manage labor relations within the applicable legislative and regulatory framework while reinforcing preventive measures to foster discipline, compliance, and constructive employee engagement. Because of time, Mr. Chairman, I will hasten to highlight salient issues on challenges. First, and probably most significant challenge is the non-cost reflective tariff structure. The corporation continues to operate under a tariff framework that is not fully cost reflective, resulting in a persistent mismatch between the revenue generated and the underlying cost of providing water and wastewater services. While periodic cost adjustments have been implemented over the years, these have not kept pace with escalating costs and capital costs. The current tariff structure, which balances accountability and social equity considerations, therefore constrains the corporation's ability to recover costs. full assets renewal, and achieve long-term financial sustainability. Consequently, the corporation has had to rely heavily on cost containment initiatives to partially offset the impact of the below-cost tariffs. The second challenge is the balance between social obligation and financial performance. The corporation operates within a unique public sector context in which it is mandated to provide universal, equitable, and affordable access to potable water and wastewater services, while simultaneously being required under the Water Utilities Corporation Act to conduct its affairs on sound commercial principles. The dual obligation presents an inherent structural challenge. On the one hand, the corporation is expected to ensure continuity in water supply to all citizens, including vulnerable communities and economically constrained households, often under conditions where full cost recovery is not feasible. Tariff structures are deliberately designed to be pro-poor, particularly within the lower domestic consumption bands. In what, as you know, it's the first 0 to 5 kiloliters is also tax-free. This is to safeguard affordability and social equity. However, on the other hand, the cost of water production and distribution continues to rise due to escalating electricity tariffs, chemical costs, infrastructure maintenance requirements, and climate-related pressures on water resources like droughts. The absence of a full cost-reflective tariff limits the corporation's ability to recover operational and capital costs, resulting in sustained operating deficit. Balancing these competing objectives remains a persistent challenge and underscores the need for government support. Targeted subsidies, as you are aware, the corporation currently does not get subventions from government. Operational efficiencies improvements, which the corporation endeavors to continue to embark on, and gradual reforms aimed at enhancing financial sustainability without undermining social outcomes. The other challenge, Mr. Chairman, is the rise in debt as a result of delayed or non-payments of bills. A significant constraint on the corporation's liquidity and cash flow position arises from the delayed or no payments or settlement of bills, particularly by the government customer category, which remains one of the largest, if not the largest. Actually, it is the largest customer base. The way tariff is structured is that domestic tariff is below cost, as I've already indicated, and government tariff is cost reflective. So there has to be cross-subsidy between government tariff and domestic tariff. So it is imperative that government pays its bills on time. This situation contributes to rising trade receivables and increases the corporation's reliance on short-term cash management measures. The delayed conversion of billed revenue into cash also weakens liquidity buffers and constrains the timely execution of maintenance and operational activities. Although engagements with government stakeholders are ongoing to address settlement cycles, the accumulation of government arrears remains a material challenge to the corporation's financial resilience. The fourth challenge is aging infrastructure and high non-revenue water. A significant portion of the corporation's potable water infrastructure dates back to 1970s, resulting in extensive deterioration of pipes, valves, and associated network assets. The aging infrastructure has materially contributed to the high non-revenue water levels, currently estimated at approximately 51%, arising from physical losses, leakages, bursts, and metering inefficiencies. As a typical example, we record anything between 20 to 30 leaks
o le ka go e garela.
Ke tla e garela, Mr. Chairman, ke tsena mo Bausing. Ke re provision of water through Bausing to ungazetted areas. I've already mentioned that. While the corporation remains committed to ensuring access to safe water for all, addressing the long-term financial and operational impact of Bausing will require coordinated intervention, including infrastructure expansion, and also policy adjustment and cross-sectoral collaboration with government authorities. The last challenge is dilapidated distribution networks. Several villages, we have 17 major villages. In particular, Molepolele and Kanye, they face critical challenges arising from the absence of reticulation and distribution systems. One, the distribution systems are dilapidated, and also the villages have expanded, and there's a lack of network in expansion areas. So while back supply and upstream transmission infrastructure have been availed, the lack of internal village distribution networks limits the corporation's ability to connect customers. Mr. Chairman, major achievements, some of them I've already mentioned. It's the completion of operational and strategic bulk supply infrastructure and NDP 9 we executed. A lot of projects that supplied water, in particular, the North-South Keria, Masama, and Mamashia water treatment plant expansion. Expansion of the national bulk water supply treatment capacity, improved consistency and reliability of potable water supply, as well as water quality, progress in infrastructure rehabilitation and system optimization and alignment with national development and water security priorities. And lastly, digitization. The corporation made significant progress in advancing its digital transformation agenda through the rollout of smart prepaid water metering solution, which is a strategic initiative aligned with the corporation's objective of improving revenue assurance, enhancing customer service and experience, strengthening water demand management, and reducing non-revenue water. The smart prepaid water metering solution was conceived as a transformational intervention to modernize water metering and billing by leveraging smart technology, prepaid functionality, and real-time data analysis. The solution enables customers to pay water consumption in advance while providing the corporation with near real-time visibility of usage patterns, system anomalies, and potential leaks. Collectively, these achievements reflect the corporation's ability to plan, deliver, and operate complex national water infrastructure projects, laying a very strong foundation upon which secondary and tertiary infrastructure development can be achieved. I submit, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Rale boga, ke ta simbola ka dipotso ba se ba ikwadile kwa nwanta ke honorable Ikwama. We parle de president.
Ki a leboga Honorable Chair, ki a leboga Resenai for the elaborative presentation. I think it's a barotella without a reliable source of water, there is no life, there is no even a village to settle in. Kore ga go sena metsi ga gona na ile jone botshelo e bile ga gona one se re ka se bitsa motse o ka nna go gone. And when the PAC ga ine e butsa ministry, I think fortunately the officer is here. Gone ga supagala kraka 25 gone ga supagala gore gona le di project tse di sa helelang tsa metsi ko bo Molepolole, ko bo Ramotswa le ko bo Motšhodi. kra tse di dule mo report yone ya dikgatseng ra di utlwa gone go potso ke gore a mme metsi yone ke baloletse le di-project tse di ne di lebagantswe le metsi yone a di hedile ke yone potso ya ntlha a di hedile ga go ntse jalo gone mo go sa mo go sa wediweng ga di-project ke kompone ya lona ke ta nna bias ke sianela ko plant ya semolo ko kgaolong ya Ngamiland ye supply ya metsi e ka tswa e le 7 or more than that. Could the executive management clearly state the original commencement ya project yone and completion dates for the smaller water plant maintenance? And precisely, what specific performance indicators or contractual penalties were embedded in the agreement for this maintenance work? And has water utilities evoked any liquidation damages against the contractor for these extensive delays? If not, why? Another question: while the smaller plant sits idly or undercapacitated, what is the daily volume deficit experienced by the affected communities, and what is the quantified financial cost to water utilities of bouncing water to these areas as a temporary measure? A further question: can the corporation guarantee that the interim water supply measures currently deployed to the affected villages meet the compulsory Botswana Bureau of Standards drinking specifications? Those are the questions. And another question is, what was the initial budget cost for this maintenance operation? And what is the current projected total cost at completion? Has this delay incurred variation costs that are now draining public funds? That's another question. Madam, Honorable Chair, I want to also understand why has the corporation failed to comply with Section 25 and 26 of the Water Utilities Corporation Act regarding statutory reporting timelines? Resnai, what initiatives are being implemented to improve customer service delivery, given the long turnaround times to address queries and complaints? And what is your long-term plan for replacing dilapidated and aging infrastructure, given the huge amount of water that is lost because of this poor infrastructure and underground water leakages? I think I will make some follow-ups if time allows, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Honorable Fraser.
Ke a leboga, Honorable Chair. Thank you, the CEO, for that presentation. Ke ta ke thamalehela go dipotso se ke tsang ke re batswana ba di letile go ta go utlwa dikarabo tsa tsone. My first question will be on the prepaid meters. How far are you with them? When do you think we should expect those prepaid water meters to be installed mo dijarateng tsa rona re soloheleleng? I mean, with the BPC ne ra bona go na le bothata jone ja dibili tse di ko godimo, but go ile gata ga solva ebile ga bata ba tsenya prepaid, so lona le re solohetsa leng? My second question will be on the customer billing. E leng gore gongwe batswana ba lla countrywide ba kgona go ithala e le gore batho I mean, customers are being billed, yet go sena batho ba water ba ba tsena mo teng ba ba nang le access ya mo jarateng, mme billion e be nna ntse estimate-iwa for so many months. Ga o re wa lebelela bill o ithala le gore gongwe on monthly basis motho o duela madi a bo over 10,000. Now in my office there will be one bill for the past 3 months had 40,000. Ke santse ke ipotsa gore go ka nwa metsi a over 40,000 jang, but nna ke ta ke lena, but what of customer yo go sa kgone go ipuella o kwa I estimate-elwa bill on monthly basis, mme bill ya teng e ta le ko godimo, so ra go dira jang go leka go baakanya seemo sa di estimation. The other question will be on dilapidated infrastructure ka Honorable a hitile ka yone. Metsi a mantsi, we lose a lot of water mo di-pipeng tse di gongwe le gongwe go nna go tshologa metsi, gongwe le gongwe go nna go tshologa metsi. Ga o re wa botsa gore ga matata ke sa go ta go te nya re santse ga rena koloi ga rena, so makelo a rona ke gore ra go baakanya seemo se jang, because metsi a gore go treata metsi, I think it uses a lot of money gore be rata go metsing a treatilwe. Ra go dira jang go bona gore re solve seemo se? The next question, the corporation recorded losses of 1.5 billion in the last 5 years. What were the contributing factors to these losses besides the issue of low tariffs? The other question will be, your balance sheet shows liabilities of over 19 billion, both current and non-current. What are the major components of these liabilities and how will the corporation pay them? A significant constraints of the corporation liquidity and cash flow position arises from the delayed settlement of water bills by the government. What engagements have been made with government regarding settlements of these water bills? And how much revenue is currently lost due to unbilled water housing? You know, when you were doing your presentation, water housing services. Explain what this services entails. And one last question, I'm from the north, but you can imagine from Shashe Dam. Shashe Moge is just 5 kilometers from the dam. Part of the, I mean, more than half of the population ya Shashe Moge enjoy meiji to the southern part. You know, I'm really wanna go from the northern side, right? Is one yet go about whenever Rabato has a hella by Tsubir. Cannot do hands of son and say, Ricala who dissolve a Catalan Tinja. Then it's best for over Zella, Bono Wizor, Mevaseba, Boba Kuto Hadid, Yanu can get home, get that again, Modula still Kelekaho, but one last question. Monday to Alwana, Uno Super or supply portable a water for Batswana. Leader go loka ha ro a lebella go mpe bona metsi tshwana e go bo boteti kwa you go to as far as bo maung bana metsi a gore go telele ga sone ra go le ka gore gongwe re ba tamele ka metsi a gore gongwe a siameleng gore gongwe re dire seo se leng gore gongwe ke mandate wa rona as Botswana water utilities corporation gore re tswe mokganye ya batho Batswana go mpe bana ba se fila gore water affairs was better than you guys re dira go le ka gore ba kanye diemo tsa go tshwana le tsone tse gore Batswana ba ne le trust mo go rona. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
o tsetse dong kana a di arabe e re kopa mo tsetse pedi seo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The presenter, Mr. Chairman, was from Honorable Ikwama. He stated that there are some incomplete projects. Saitimo Lepolole, Ramotswa, and Mutsudi. I'd like to put it on record. There are no such incomplete projects in the villages. As a matter of fact, all the 3 villages amongst the 17 major villages, Zelengore have been included more NDP 11 for major distribution network rehabilitation and expansion. So such projects haven't started yet. They haven't started yet. It is more NDP 11. They are waiting confirmation of or availability of funds to commence. Ya Semoro. Rakione, in fact, I think it's one of the few, very, very few projects that as work we can take responsibility and say we haven't completed. I can't recall any other project that we haven't completed. But this was because of the incompetence of the contractor. The project was supposed to have started in June 2024, I think. But I'll beg your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, to give a full report on the project. But because of the failure by the contractor to even commence the project on time, let alone construct the plant, even commence, it's already more than 12 months. So we ended up invoking the termination clause in our contract, and we've terminated the contract. So you had also asked about the state of original, but Mr. Chairman, you could have full details. On the ground, the contractor had failed so much that they failed even to establish site. There are few preliminary works the contractor I did really, like rehabilitation I did DIBA. I think some works on the ponds. But even setting out of the plant, the contractor had not done that. So we've also held the project managers to account for that incompetence. The member also asked about water. God, we have no choice but to continue to bouse water to the 7 villages. Mr. Chairman, and so they rely heavily. But Kanye water quality it's a risk because the water is not piped. tota our interaction limits in according to our standard. It's not that it should be limited to the treatment plant, where there's better control, even for waterborne diseases. Hana, we have to continuously ensure gore re a disinfecta, comply, but it remains a risk. It will be cumbersome to do that. We rely on the society to assist us in that regard. So the project costing, high information as well. He also asked about whether we've invoked the clause on liquidated damages. That is work in progress. That is work in progress, Mr. Chairman. Improvement of our response to leaks.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Yes. I wanted the CEO to be carried and clear. Kana work in progress. Mahoko abu kita general yala or na onga very south west how ka general, what is that you are doing precisely? The time bounds and our work in progress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Contractor is conducted within the framework. Kera project is conducted within the framework of a contract that we entered with a contract. So rare hari neri taganela hore totari kita taganela mme gone go le ga ngiteretsere na go nyana kana ke contract ka motswana ya no ne re ka skere ri taganela gore re terminate. So re mo hile chance mme se ntse re lebelle contract gore ya reng re ka dira eng gore ha ile go rona le tshenyegelo tse company didn't carry or liability ya contract ke eng specifically. So ke yone ke reng it is work in progress. Re lebeletse gore contract ya reng ga ke tsora ke wetsa sente, Mr. Chairman.
Ha ke itse Honorable Chair. Ka ke re project le terminate go ra gore ne le lebeletse contract ne lebeletse gore contract ya reng e ntse jane le dumalaneng se le tshwantse ke gore le implemente tsone dilo ditumalano tse ne le di le teng kana ke gore mo ke go batangela gore ne go dumalano eng e bile le tsere dikgato le tsa dikgato tse di against the contractor ka gore la itse ga se so se it's not something to study afresh se le study se ke se le se itse tsene mo ditumalano tsa lona.
Mr. Chairman, but a contract is a very delicate instrument. We have to study. Can I require ka hamolao? Re bone gore a merta borsa gape ge molao. Gope. Ha ile gore ra contract ona le liability. Re studies and hara when we communicated to the contractor, we thoroughly studied it and we are certain about it. So that is work that we are currently doing. We terminated the contract, I think, last month or 2 months back. It's not so long ago that we terminated the contract. So we're still within reasonable time to complete all the necessary work relating to our contractual obligation. For your interest and the citizens of that constituency. What next? I get in a budget in the period. We are at a time in that budget has lapsed. So we have to go back to the drawing board and provide the budget afresh. So we cannot promise the constituents or will start the project this year. We have to, because obviously the cost there are other implications. So, similar budget as and commence the project afresh from next year. That I can assure you, or we will give it priority.
So, sorry, Honorable Chair. Can I get about the specific dates because Haiki is 2 months back, Hali terminate. Jano, because I had another report that I got from your branch in Mau. In Akwene Butsaka project, but it is not 2 months back. That's why now I need specific dates because that information is incorrect.
Well, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. The correct date of termination is December 2025. Actually, to be precise, 22 December 2025.
You got clarification, Mulastil. Thank you, Mulastil. You got a hook lesson. Horoloha. Who we are project Mulastil, but 6 as we see and send like a horror. Kidumela Hore, how work in a Dumalan contract to deliver a certain project. Wabonale my girl or my game issues are horring, but one was from that project. Wabonal the terms and conditions in horring, liability to Malan. Or even if Hali terminate, you cannot, I fail to understand Hore Haler Lisanz Limohoyone, Linelale budget they are Hore, who deliver a project earling. E very mo bogompino ga le terminate le ra contract be le re gongwe ga le itse gore gongwe di budget le eme jang ga ke utlwise sentle because ke dumela gore one project la ntlha le tsena mo tumalanong la be le dumalane a certain figure gore project e ke a bokana re dumela gore ene la ra contract yo re dumela ra contract o simolla tiro mo nakong ya gore mme ka nako ya gore o tshwanetse re ba heditse mme ha sa hetsa Kanye Linting or the terms and conditions in all liability to Malan. Liability or has a hate le Kadirain, Hoyaka contracting. Jan Sexa Sutri sense in Lake Honor. Halere Hahona budget let Libona or Lizivari. Ling project ya about can you our project on a leader on a Kulil? Ken or Yabat. So Haki present or Halere Lisanzela was Sika maybe in the next budget. Thank you.
Furthermore, Modula Stilo, before we hand it over to the accounting officer. Same point. Kia leboga Modula Stilo gongwe le nna gongwe ke nna le tshwenye gore senae me gongwe e ka tsohela is specifically ka organization ya gago but contracts are government go re dumela gore lona bogolo jang ba ile gore le ba government you are backed by powerful lawyers from Attorney General me ha go ta mo di contracting tsa lona gore batho ga ba di recent o ka itela go tabisa dithong as if Halena the exit clause, as if Halena the Jacabo breach of contracts. Me the same person, oil or get land, Walona, Haluna lisa di recent. Wehella Alechaja Madia, Sinkanaka se pay the percentage that delay. Why bo Attorney General, oil or Rudumela Hore, Rudumela Hore, Hasi. Hasebo mantlek king ya gore ga se ya go hela why the contract tsa government di na di riana mme le sa gone go bankanya seemo se ke a leboga
Mr. Chairman, that Water Utilities Corporation, apart from this particular project, that's small. I have to think hard and way back I want to lay any other project of similar complexity in terms of management. Otherwise, our project delivery has been very impeccable, which is why we've been able to complete all the projects that we planned in the NDP level. Janung ye a small way. Kana more initialized, why their background, I think. It was a design and build project under Yellow Book FIDIC. It a lump sum project. Were any variables that arose from the project, they had to be the liability of the contractor. Jano contractor bata anong abata ho move the goalposts. Gore anong kana di cost di go di wa ra nyano argument e simola gona nya e ke design and build. It's a lump sum. Rata to a point and re simola re mo hanu di notice. It's a process according to the conditions of contract. Go ne etse re le ba le le. Ha re sa dumalana nteng re hela re terminate ra contract. Yeah. So I keep saying.
Mr. Chairman, ke bona hore ke a go dia. Ke bona hore ke a go dia mme kana we need to get this clear. Kana ha contract I terminatilwe ka December 2025. Gompieno re mo go May. And water utilities isn't easy when you ka dira. I mean, isn't studies are contra to Malano. I am not satisfied.
Ke kopa ke motlaletsi ho Mr. Chairman. Le nna ke hitela ka engwe gore ke utlwa ka re
o tla ba tseberta le ka tshwetso gore ra re nka le khaile. So a re tswele. Tsena ko re frase. Yeah, o se budi e ka
No, I can confirm. No, I can confirm what any other contingencies are. Yeah, no, kana mo gongwe ke gone gore the contractor has not terminated to aba appeal. So it's another process. But we gave them the final decision 2 months back. But also, as I indicated, we are holding the project manager to account for the lapse of time in Simba, back and forth between the contractors. The member also asked about our response time. Renality standards is a mean time to react to queries. In urban centers, rather 5 days. In rural villages, rather 15 days. But because of a variety of factors, we've not been able to comply with this. And in urban centers, we can go up to 174 days before a responder. In rural villages, 179 days. So the bulk of the challenges is attributable to resourcing, human capital. We've tried our level best to resource, especially the hotspots areas, both one road by the journalistic. Case in point, on more we've increased our crews, we've increased the vehicles in the past year. We had dilapidated vehicles, but we still face a challenge, equipment. For instance, the night crews at 13 Road, but we only have the JCB, it's a Taro and only 3 operators. So it's something budget allowance in worry. We'll continue to endeavor to improve. Long-term plan to replace infrastructure is indicated all the 17 major villages. The plan is more NDP 12. So upon availability of funds, the projects. Honorable Frenzel, on our prepaid metering, when is it expected to be? So the relay phase 1. We started off with a proof of concept. At the time, we're just looking at smart metering, 1,000 meters at village suburb Kohabo Road. And then we proceeded and then changed the scope of the project, prepaid smart metering. The first phase, 60,000 meters, Mohaboroni, Mohodisani, Leramotso, Letokwe. We've completed phase 1 of the project. We are now geared up to proceed to phase 2. But because of limited budget, our phase one, we're doing it from the balance sheet, water utilities. But because of limited budget, we're still contemplating the appropriate model to finance a project going forward. It will entail mopping up the rest of the remaining 60,000, 120 meters, 120,000 meters, mopping up the balance, and then proceeding to other centers like Francistown. And phase three will do the rest of the country. Customer billing without meter reading, based on estimations, the bill. I can assure the committee where 2022 we ceased meter reading estimations. All bills that are issued to customers from PNR, is it a domestic customer or government customer, business, council, are on the basis of actual meter readings. Because of access issues in the suburbs, especially in the suburbs, we embarked on an exercise to relocate meters to the outside. So far, we've relocated about 10,000 meters in Lonenzi Zwelitz. It's already dilapidated infrastructure and water loss. Financial losses, apart from the suboptimal tariff, is the non-revenue water. It's very key to the losses, apart from other issues, impairment. How it's the 39 village case in point, we browse continuously every day, over 100 kilometers from Pudhudu Wellfields, Kokang. It's a cost. It's subsidized by Water Utilities Corporation. So that contributes heavily to the losses that the corporation incurs. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I with your guidance, whether I can, the CFO can weigh in. Okay. On this one,
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. I think in terms of losses, the other factors that happened over the past 5 years, and overall, our costs have increased by 8%, while revenue is by 5%. So there's a mismatch already. And this is a result of post-COVID inflation. I think after COVID, the price, our inputs went high significantly. We've also seen the Russia-Ukraine war, Leone, increase our inflation. Right now, we're in the middle of the Middle East inflation crisis. We've seen inflation in chemical prices, which are major inputs. We've seen fuel prices go up over this period. There's also a rise in pumping power, which is a significant component in our inputs. Gonna cost. It's a major cost driver. We've seen the BW, the Botswana Pula, been revalued, devalued. We've been inundated with requests for price adjustments as a result of this Pula adjustment. Other issues are policy issues. Case in point, there has been a policy, citizen empowerment. This has well-meaning. It has introduced a middleman, has adversely affected our cost structure. And then, non-revenue water, the debtors impairment. We've had a major impairment in 2023 as a result of the post-COVID. I think there was a misconception COVID for free. And ultimately, we ended up with that huge debt, and that huge debt had to be impaired. I think in the balance sheet, I think Honorable friends the balance sheet is 19 billion in liabilities, both non-currently current. And the bulk of it, more non-current, is we have a bond released still with the Botswana Stock Exchange. We have government grant receivable because of that choice and accounting policy. And then the rest of creditors, largely it's contractors. You notice how we're dealing with huge sums of monies. So that those amounts sits there in our creditors. Retention, payables and other trade and other payables, it's huge sums. Thank you.
The last two questions, Mr. Chairman. Ya botitile ya Shashemoke.
Lebo Matsitama.
Lebo Matsitama. But I can have certain, I can confirm, Mr. Chairman, Hori, with the South Central area, they've now been connected to a state-of-the-art plant area. So they drink sufficient water with the requisite quality. Leone, about 6 years back, connected Shashemoke, Hajaral Estate, Shashemoke, Borolo, and Chadibe. So they drink from the Shasha Dam. Yeah, Leone, they have sufficient water supply.
Yeah, but I'm going to water reticulation in village so the channel of Shashemoke yet, Baba Piele, the Tamu, the Honaila.
Water reticulation from it. For mandate water is to supply water and distribute it. But land servicing is a different a mandate different from it's the ministry's mandate. So total plenty at the elsewhere.
Honorable Aaron, Honorable Sidombo Boipaka.
Kialoha Chairperson. Like it says, Naki Talohani, Judiwe, more presentation Yahare Sanai. Mehongwe, Delegate Talohani, guy equitable supply of safe and quality water. In Botswana, who is entitled to this. Are you aware or is not even settlement, they are recognized villages. By the Havana safe water drinking, Mokaulon za Okavango, Ngami. Kibu Ahwe, Kamisi Shana de Bohabu, Bodaneha. Kebore, Hakere, safe and quality. Kerala Urbano Mitzi, Modidive, Zailo Hormizat and Hawaii Libile. A brownish. King Selisidirang, go bona gore batho ba na le tshwanelo ya go ka nwa metsi a ile gore a siametse botsogo jwa batho. Gongwe ke ska lebala, I understand gore you mentioned browsing, bowsing. Gore in such areas like that, when I lead the bowser ready guy, considering the distances between point of supply to the point of delivery. Maybe le gongwe gape ke tlhaloganye sengwe with regard to wastewater and sanitation. Metsi kana motse o qualify gore o ka nna le connection ya wastewater pipes. o na le population ya batho ba le kae. Ke ha se kae gape ke re go metse tshwana le bo Etsa, bo Gumare, bo Nokaneng, metse na le bo 10,000 plus. Ga bana waste water pipes go ka thusa for sanitation. Go thokana le eng gore go nne jalo ka gore ke dio dingwe tse ile gore gongwe re thokana le Batswana ba thokana le gore ba di itse. With regard to gore Batswana ba nwa metsi more than they need, the statement that you made, very interesting. Ha ke tsora ke go utile sente. Me gape ga ke tsora ke go utile sente a bo supa gore 51% ya metsi a helela mo mmung. Ba nwa jang a helela mo. Kana go raya gore when you work out the costs tsa gago, let this 51%, which is more than what Batswana are drinking, mo go tsena mo mmung. Ka gore wa bo se wa clean le wa re di costs tsa go raya le tsone di hella di o di berekela mo metsi wote a wa cleanileng. Go boammaaruri gore more than half of the water that is clean for drinking a helela mo mmung. Mme re ka bitsa gore a nwa ke Batswana. Le gore ga gore yaanong di-tariffs tse di go godimo re hela re compensate gore yaanong Batswana ba helele ba duele le metsi a ile gore a clean mme le ha sa goroga go bone ka wena o bo lebile gore me ke clean volume e kana e ile gore is clean and safe for drinking. Me abe hella yalo. I'm still interested to understand. I heard you mentioning issues, labor-related issues. And so I'm also interested to understand your corporate governance. Are there gaps missing or bends in the structures of your organization or salary bands? Le gore a se gore le tsone ke ngwe edu tse le gore di ka hella di ama di issues tse di tshwanang le tseo. Gongwe regarding the corporate governance again, ke tlhaloganya gore what is the status regarding the finalization of the shareholders impact? Sorry, I said compact. Yes, what does the corporate intend to, when does the corporate intend to introduce a succession plan? This was what measures are being taken to address salary disparities between experienced staff and new recruits? Go lebega go na le bothata le dikgwetlho with regard to that more water utilities. And lastly, what is the progress regarding the implementation of the approved organizational structures? And last but not least, go boammaaruri go le kae gore metsi a rona mo Botswana a testiwa kwa Afrika Borwa? Ga gona di-labo mo Botswana tse ile gore they are off the standard tse di ka re testela metsi? Gongwe ke batla go ga se kae ke gakologela ba BMC nako nngwe ba supa gore ba na le lebohela ya maemo a go godimo e le gore e ka dira le go testa metsi tota. Lona le bone le bokgakala bokae? Thank you.
Honorable Sidombo.
Thank you, Chair. Le nna gongwe ke supe matshwenyego segolobogolo ka go duta ga metsi mo metseng yotlhe le ditoropo tsotlhe. Ke re o supile gore mo go attenda di-leaks go mo ditoropo le tsa bo 5 days, ko magae le tsa bo 15 days. Mme ga ke dumalane le wena ka gore go tsaya dikgwedi go tsena go 4 months 6 months go ntse go duta, mme le ipeetse selo sa gore 15 days le kgona go efogela kante go ithaganela go baakanya selo mo seo. Yaanong gongwe motho a botse gore ka gore gape o ne o supa gore dirisiwa tse le di dirisa mo ga borona o na le di le tharo machinery e leng gore meraro go raya gore go attenda go ta go epa go baakanya tsone go duta gone mo. Kgang potso e nne gore ke eng le sa teka leano la gore le hire ma-casual labor a e leng gore le ka ba tsaya ba le palo e rileng ba epa ga baakangwa peipi e dutang eo mo nakong e khutshwane, ka gore go raya gore ha machinery o seo o ile jaaka no bua ko tlhokweng kante kae, go raya gore go tsaya nako gore e baakanye gongwe jaaka motse o tshwana wa Tonota le tsena le ko bo Pata Matebele, go raya gore ha ile go baakanya ko kante ko bo Shashemo ke ko kae go tsaya nako. Ke nyano le sa hiri malebara. Ke supe gape matshwenyego a gore jaaka honorable friends le na supa tamo e mo Tonota, mme bontsha bongwe ja motse wa Tonota ga bona metsi ko re tsentse maoto mo gone mme ga re kgone go ana. Jaanong go bo go nna le seemo se e leng gore metsi gone mo dikgaolong tsone tse e leng gore ga ayo e a re ga dipula dina metsi a ba a nna teng mo netane tota go diragalang gono bothata ke eng tota jo e leng gore bo pala gore bo rarabololwe go dingwaga setse go tsamaela bo 25 years seemo se sentse se le teng mo kgaolong mo ebileng le go baosa jaaka o supa gore la baosa go ikanyega go le kae kana ba kgona go tsa bo beke kgotsa go heta ba sa tshelwe metsi, mme re itse seemo se e leng gore batho re mo go sone sa botsogo se e leng gore re tshwanna bangwe ke bagodi jalo go ba tota go tsenya matshelo a bone mo diphatseng. Ke botsa potso tse e leng gore gongwe di lebagane le tsa lebawa gore go supa gore the corporation has been attacked by cyber crime recently. What does this signify concerning oversight of information technology systems? Potso e nngwe e be nna gone gore how much has this cost the organization? Is there anyone who has been held responsible for the losses? Has the corporation implemented our recommendations? If not, why were the timelines not met? Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Chair, just one last one that I overlooked. Again, this is with regard to wastewater management. Accounting officer, are you aware that Komau, while you did a great job, ya go anamisa ditsela tsa go But almost all areas that are along the river, you ran your pipes mo Tamalakani, just along the Tamalakani River. On the banks, what's going to happen? That's a permanent thing. It's not it's not a temporary thing. It's not something say it will be out in 2 years or in 5 years. Lot of manager ya dispillage. Say why pipe tsa metsa leswe di a duta. You are going to contaminate Chiyarona.
ba re ba hetse be ba le neela.
Mr. Chair. Mine will be the short one. I think I will focus on implementation of audit recommendations. One, a case was noted in the PAC or PEC report where the Auditor General reported an unauthorized increase in consultancy fees for water tender in Kanye by approximately 12 million from 23,421,632 pula to 35,466,145 pula 97 thebe. This was done without the approval of the Minister of Finance. Then the question will be, who is liable for this unauthorized payment? That is the question. Two, the management letters highlight recurring issues for the period under review. Then the question will be, what interventions have the corporation put in place to address the root causes? What corrective measures has the corporation implemented to strengthen governance, financial reporting, and operational efficiency, given the findings from the audit report? And Yabohelo is regard to your billing system. That do you use the same rates in towns and in rural areas? For example, take a village like Kazungula versus Kasani. You find that the billing rates alone they are tshwana. Me Kazungula ili motse and then Kasani ili toropo. Ke a leboga, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ke na le potso yana di le mangena, but ke tla leka gore ke nebohe tswana mo go tsone. The first question here, like, have the annual reports and audited financial statements for the financial years 2023, 2024, 2024, 25, and the recently concluded 2025-26 cycles been produced and formally signed off by the board? Have they been presented to the minister? Second one is, if these reports have been completed, what specific administrative or executive blockages have been prevented them from being published for public and parliamentary scrutiny? If they remain incomplete or unaudited, please provide a detailed or breakdown of the exact fiscal, accounting, or billing system challenges that have caused this 3-year backlog. What specific internal accounting resources, structural software adjustments, or specialized task forces have been put in place to permanently resolve these delayed reporting vulnerabilities? What is the exact updated balance of outstanding debt? What high-level interventions are being engineered between WAC and the Ministry of Finance to recover the funds from the government as well as the councils. How is carrying a 1.6 billion debt pile affecting WAC's short-term liquidity and cash flow management? Accounting officer, please explain the operational drives behind the 48 million pula drop in direct personnel expenditure during the 2022-23 cycle. Does this reflect aggressive intentional staff unbundling or an unmanaged high vacancy rates? Okay. Okay. I'll try the best. Yeah, we hello. Explain it. Can I? Yeah, the 1.6 billion. Okay. Please explain the operational drivers behind the 48 million drop in direct personnel expenditure during the 2022-23 cycle. Does this reflect aggressive, intentional staff unbundling or an unmanaged high vacancy rates across critical technical engineering and distribution cadres? Why was the corporation carrying 81.89 million in unpaid payroll liabilities at the end of the financial year? Does this represent deferred statutory deductions, that is to say, the bursaries, the pension contributions, the medical aid, remittances, or untransferred employee performance bonuses and separation benefits? With a workforce of 3,484 employees, personnel costs consume a massive portion of your operational collection. Please provide this committee with an updated trend analysis of the payroll trajectory for the unreleased 2024, 2025, and 2026 financial cycles. The total of over 676 million pula spent purely on power, chemicals, and physical spares underscores a punishingly expensive operational framework. So my question is, what specific percentage of the 506.4 million pula pumping power cost is driven strictly by electricity tariffs paid to Botswana Power Corporation to run the north-south carrier pumps? What operational and infrastructural efficiencies have been engineered since 2023 to suppress the continuous multi-million pula growth in chemical treatments and structural space? How is the procurement and capital expenditure for the 550,000 smart meters being financed? What is the projected payback period through improved collection efficiency? What mechanisms are in place to handle disputes where consumers refuse to transition to smart meters because of unresolved historical billing errors stemming from your legacy post-paid system? Without the state tariff subsidy, is the corporation genuinely self-sustaining on a day-to-day operational basis? Why have contract retentions doubled within a 12-month period? Does this point to structural completion delays across your major water supply projects or ongoing disputes regarding quality and design handovers with contractors?
15 minutes.
Yeah, in 2 minutes I'll be done. What budget has been specifically allocated under the NDP 12 to overhaul the internal piping network and curb the catastrophic loss of treated water via distribution leaks? At a time when the corporation is experiencing financial strain and reporting delays, how does management justify expanding administrative overhead by creating new senior management positions? What clear, measurable key performance indicators have been established to ensure this wellness structure directly translates to increased operational productivity and reduced absenteeism? After getting a report of a pipe burst, why does it take long for members of the public to be made aware of the same? Ka lebaka la gore ha o lebella jaaka re sena eno ha sekai mo ditropong wa fitlhela le gore le bone ba bereki ba gago tota gangwe le gape ba tla bentse ba driver ha godimo metsi ba bona gore a tshologa le bone hela ka bo bone ka re ga bana yone tsibogo ya gore ba ka dira something ka sone. So mo sebakeng sa gompieno ke dumela gore technology teng e le gore gongwe ka be le setse le mo seemong sa gore lona hela ka bo lona le ka be le kgona gore gongwe le nne ke ha se ka hela gore gongwe le dirise di-satellite go bona gone goreng metsi ha ka le di-drones ke yone technology e leng teng mo bogompieno mme go lebega e le gore ile ga o araba o rile wa re bothata go lebega e ka re le na le tlhaelo ya dikolobe ke ipotsa gone goreng gongwe jaaka honorable Sidombona a bua gore ke le sa hire batho gone go tsamaya ka nna malome a tsebe gore ba nne ba le bolelle gore medutlo e ha kae. So potso ya me e be latela re, what are your plans regarding ensuring that there is no water disruption or sufficient water distribution whilst maintenance or repair is ongoing? Ke bua se jana ka lebaka la gore district e tshwana le ya Mabutsana gangwe le gape batho ba nna dikgwedi maletsi a wa buang gongwe ke a mo pampiring hela mme mo grounding ga go berekege jalo go tsaya lebaka batho ba ngongorega ka tlhaelo ya metsi ka gore ko kgaolong ya me ya Mabutsana go supa e ka re go na le dibauzara di le pedi hela, but imagine the majority of the people ba e leng gore ba nna gore gone ko potso ya me nna gone goreng le dira eng to ensure continuous water flow? Potso engwe be re, why is it that ko kgaolong e tshwana le Mabutsana ke eng go sena sewage pond ke lebeletse mo lephateng la waste water ka lebaka la gore setse go na le matlwana a boitiketso le gore a dirisa metsi. So Michael wa lona ke gore so ke tsamela go motsubo mo la stilo so what is
MP kana o lebaka le le
nya mme ma ke a wait 50 ka wait in 10 seconds. So what is your turnaround time to repair water storage tanks tse le gore ke dumela gore gongwe a ka bangwe ba ka botsa gone gore kana pele no go le botoka gore be le nna le di public stand pipes but go tsale ba ka le sa repair those potso me a bo hello e be nna gone goreng no bua ka aging infrastructure potso ame ke gore a le na le lephata le leng goreng le lebetse yone infrastructure lona e leng gore kgologolo jaaka no e bua gore kana sa le simolisiwa go nna teng ka bo 1970. Potso ke gore ke dumela gore go na le metse e leng gore e tlhoka metsi, go na le batsona ba e leng gore ba tlhoka metsi ko metseng ya bone teng la go itlhela teng leng go na le lephata le leng gore lebeletse yone medutlo le tsone the aged infrastructure. Thank you Mulestilo, ke dumela gore ke heditse ka dipotso tse di khutshwanenyana tseo. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. Honorable Sidombo, to correct you, Nikiri, the mean time to react to leaks more in rural villages currently is 174 days against target there 15 days. Not the other way around, due to the factors that I've already outlined. So, as you suggest, recontact some of the services to the public. We've worked on a framework contract le PIEPA. It has been issued to the different service centers for implementation. So it's work in progress. Indeed, and it's an indictment for parts of Tonota for a long time, longest time, all the way with the but as indicated, phase 1, and then phase 2, phase 2, and then we had intended for the Tonota. Re relay 2024. Unfortunately, scope the project in the ITT relay. Unfortunately, we were not issued the budget to proceed with the project. So planning now, as part of NDP 12, is to do the entire Greater Gaborone area. The Greater Francistown area, as a single project, all the way to Matsiloje Lebo Matsela Gabedi. So we've scoped it. We are currently now developing an ITT so that we just await availability of funds. We are now contemplating other models of financing the project, like private sector investment. Cyber attack, which is the key contributing factor, I think the CFO will touch on it in more detail as audit. It's a primary contributing factor to the delayed delivery of audits. It has got 2024, but we were able to arrest the attack, I think, in 1 or 2 days. Yeah, in a very short period of time. In terms of cost, there cost 500,000 for data recovery and just consultancy to deal with the attack. But we did not incur any costs, ransom or anything. CS would like to touch on the BAO compliance. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, members. Regarding BAO compliance, they did carry out an audit and shared with us their findings. Out of all the findings that they came up with, we have complied with all of them and ensured full compliance, save for 2 areas. One of them being appointment of the board, that it's not in accordance with best practice, but we were able to explain that it clarifies problems because the Act is not in alliance with the King Code, so they accepted that. There was also issue including executive directors within the board composition. But that one as well, we're limited by what is stipulated in the WAC Act, which prohibits appointment of executive directors. But we're currently reviewing all water legislation, so that may be something that will be catered for going forward. And then the other issue was the signing of a shareholder compact. That one is still outstanding, but a final draft has been completed, but there's been a bit of back and forth between us and the shareholder. But we expect that by the end of this month, we'll have a signed shareholder compact, which we will share with the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sias. Honorable Aaron, because he had made a supplementary question, his substantive questions were the supplementary he had made. He had asked about the pipes that run along the Tamalakane River. Those pipes, what are some of those pipes already existed? By design, to limit the cost of operation, pumping, preferences to gravitate to low-lying areas. So invariably, the river provides an opportunity for gravity. Miela, it's a risk that cannot be ignored. So we will install online sensors for monitoring purposes, or so that they can facilitate an opportunity, early reaction to any leaks. No, they that's not going to leave you because then obviously those ones will leak. But I got really more not one. We freezed almost all the main holes. What is it? Because I leak into the river, and that is proved to work very well. So we'll have to revisit that. Numbers are equitable supply. What area exactly? We have the 2012, if I'm not mistaken, water policy that clearly defines what the principles of equity, sustainability entail. And so all Botswana are entitled to the same service level. That is why we talk about universal access to water, regardless of hence our endeavor. How can our trademark and our footprint tank. In every village you'll see an elevated tank on a 15-meter stand, whereas on the ground, they really on a 6-meter stand. This standard is what in rural standard. Sorry, water personally would do. We measure against what? Because Rona water utilities endeavors to provide urban standards across all settlements. For our local Koshakawe, you must enjoy the same level of water service. And so all villages that are gazetted, and if we've even gone to the extent of providing access to villages that are not gazetted, the challenge. So why there's no network reticulation, and in terms of that, Ghana Bowser are paying near cost about 800,000, 1 million. But because of cost escalations, Bowser are near cost 2 million to buy 1 Bowser. So we have we've acquired 20 new Bowsers. We have a total of 106 Bowsers. Honorably, 1 Bowser Kukumari, 1 Bowser Koshaka. But they're not enough. They are not enough. So it's something that's in a hurry. We are looking at improving. The a clear definition to per capita consumption in Kibwaya 220. The standard that we use is the International Water Association framework that defines non-revenue water. So it's in total all water that you've produced that is not turned into revenue through meter connection billing and invoicing. So this per capita consumption includes even the physical losses. Out what the one, I lick lemon piping, Karamawalika, mo networking, Amangwalika, beyond the meter mo motseng. A mangwe a nwe ke ditonki le dipudi. So we account for it as per capita consumption and we average it. But we can even segregate it to household level. Maybe that is how it is reported. This is why it is so excessive in a country like Botswana.
But through you, Chair, let me get this clear before we go further. You are sure that the same service that you deliver in Botswana is what you deliver in ETSA? Are you sure of the standard of water supply in those areas? Do people walk kilometers in Gaborone to go and access water supply as it is now in ETSA?
Where definition, a simple definition international by international standard, our access to water doesn't necessarily mean a broad connection. Even if you are not connected to a pipe network, but if you have an opportunity to connect, you have access. Hardly 200 meters, is it 200 or 500 meters, I stand to be corrected, from a water point, pump, who provide the pump, you have access. So in that fashion, it's regarded as compliance. But of course, you cannot equate that to mutonale le kala social mutonale o khona bula pompo a tsana mo shawari. But that's what we endeavor to do. And the 15-meter stand is intended to provide same pressure ya metsi gore ha lo batla wa ga double story go skata mo ga borona go double story, you can build it in ETSA if you want, because we have the requisite pressure.
Through you, Chair.
Because Rome was not built in one day, we will progressively move towards universal access. SDG says by 2030. Even our vision 2036, UNRW talks about a different target date. But whether we will achieve it by the target dates is a different conversation. But the intention is there. In terms of labor-related issues, talking about pay bands, I can assure the committee that the pay structure at work is competitive and benchmarks with parastatal markets in the country. We have contracted a company to assist with succession planning, especially for leadership and critical roles. We are currently at implementation stage, and so we're making very good progress in that respect. Status of shareholder compact. There was a bit of delay because we had to review the strategy to align it with government planning period, realign the NDP, but we've since completed that and submitted the agreement to the parent ministry. It's just awaiting signature by the minister and the board chairman. I've talked about salary disparities. Implementation of approved organizational structure. We've completed it. The new org structure is in effect. The last question was whether it's true that work tests water in South Africa. Yes, there are certain parameters that we don't have capacity, even as we've managed to accredit our laboratory and maintain accreditation, which is an onerous task over 5 years now. But there are certain parameters that we haven't yet built capacity to conduct laboratory in Yarun. We've just recently, in our discussions with BMC, realized whether they have capacity to do certain parameters. And so we are currently working on a service level agreement. We're about to complete it and sign it. And some of such parameters we'll take to the lab. We've built our lab competently to do all physical tests, all chemical tests, almost all microbiology and biology, save for a few CD complex, and that are not necessarily a requirement of the Botswana Bureau of Standard, but there are food related tests like your Clostridium perfringens. BMC, they've built a capacity to do it, so we will enlist their services to assist us.
Through you, Chair, Nikerela or kana how supplement se se buiwang e se gore motho a hete o musetsa ko moragorago. Tota my interest ke gore re sena gore a ba re di services tsa water supply and distribution ko bo etsa ko bo habu se ke di iponetse nna a ba re di tshwaneletsa kwano ke supe gore a wa la bohelo o ile ko habu la bohelo o ile ko etsa kana ko danega ke leng ke bua ka batho ba ile gore ga bana le choice ya water connection ya ka o sa tswa go bua as long as there is choice for water connection with oretsa gore gontsala. I understand the effort being made, but as long as we insist on saying the services are delivered, you are reassuring me that there is very little that will be done. When was the last time were you in these places?
Honorable members, and can ma Parliamente, and are not part of this committee. How about Kwanali or Batona advantage of the council Kaulos Award? Kurle Nagakina Matami Jamule Polan. I guess cat high get a whole Kanya Yawari Kadi SOE. We get a work Kanta Mijamule Pol. Kirker Tamalela Monday to wa committee. Horeskara so Mozilin Tata. Logora Harba native Arab, who are by chance our Barabi. How about our Arab hotel? How would I nako? Artabarba Nela Hapur follow up. But I wasn't Seva Rabayana, since he put in Jinchi. Ewa wa buela ko moragoro follow up ra go naela a ka ra lebella gore ta kwa 1038 ba ke be re tseka 1038 me dipotso tsa bona ra bo di dintsi ra 11 o'clock wa ta ke building authority be tsena gore a re lebelleng gore re dire dilo sente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No gona le potso engwe ya tarifi gore ke di tarifi di lekana wa di tarifi kana before water sector reforms the council e ka go harologana le dina le tarifi tsa tsone ka go harologana, but pursuant to the principle of universal access, government decided to implement a uniform tariff gore ke yone tateng e re facilitate to ensure gore there is uniform access to services. And Honorable Aaron Totane ke ra la gone gore la le mo dikgaolo tse di gawe tse tshwana le bo moralane there's still disparity in service provision ka gore ga re se re hitelle ko bo habu le ko moralane, but it's work in progress. Maikelelo Mr. Chairman ke gore kgaolo le ka gore it's hard hit by water scarcity yone ya ka kwele. Most of the areas we've completed. Maikelelo ke gore mo NDP 12 re tsenye pipe e tswang ko Shakawe e tanye e gologela as you know gore dumare ene re mo dirile ka plant pipe e tabe tswa e gologela e khabara botsa bo bonukane e be ya wela mo sitwa with different plants. So go on Michael, it's part of the NDP plan. The audit, Mr. Chairman, we haven't been able to complete The audits cited and publicized them primarily because of the reason I cited. The cyber attack that we suffered, and that resulted in a lot more work and needing to be done, like the impairment. There was also an issue, change in policy that the CFO will expound on. All these caused substantial delays, and fortunately, the audit we are working on now, 2023-24. We are about to complete, and we'll be taking it to the Finance Committee next week. One of the issues that the expense relating to NSC raised by Honorable Kwapa, the chemical expenses and so forth. We've developed a financial turnaround strategy. We are leveraging.
We will have 4 minutes or wrap up.
Yes, in 2 minutes. We are leveraging short-term interventions. Enough revenue coming from government, and some of the initiatives we've embarked on the optimization of water treatment methods by introducing contemporary methods. Like for instance, we've commenced a project on chemical-less water treatment, Mohaburoni, Mabalani, and 2 other areas. We will reduce cost of chemicals by more than 15%, and even reduce the cost of labor as well. Momotaka saying or NSC, because it's driven heavily by power. We are implementing interventions for green energy, floating solar komatamo or drive the pompo. We're intending to harness kinetic energy because our pipes are highly pressurized and derive energy from the water and drive. So that's also something that we are currently at an advanced stage of procurement. Before the last one was on sewage ponds. An example, where a lot of areas harina zone, but I like it goes back to issue and they're planning land servicing, but where we can but such is the government or shareholders purview for a provided service and hand over to work. So for now we have to incur expenses. Let me hand over through Mr. Chairman to the CFO to rush through the other complex questions that the member asked relating to finance.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, CEO. Thank you again, Chair. Honorable Furniture, I think you spoke about recurring audit issues. I think the reforms that we've done an internal control environment reform. We're looking at upgrading our ERP. Currently, we're using SAP ECC, which was installed in 1999. Of course, the update, but we're moving to a newer version, SAP, which is S4HANA. We're looking forward to it helping us with compliance to audits. There's also issue of capacity building. We're constantly capacity building our staff. We've done recruitments for technically capable staff, kind of more technically capable staff. I think your billing system here, the rates are the same. And then Honorable Kwapa, I think, just to add on what CE has said, we've had a cyber breach incident, and it has led to a very difficult audit because cyber breach incident is also an audit risk. Case in point, they stopped relying on our IT general controls, and then they went what they call full substantive audit. And that meant larger sample sizes and performing procedures that they would not ordinarily perform just to clear this cyber risk. We've passed that hurdle. As I indicated, we're on our way to completing our March 2024 audit this month. And then we will immediately plan to start March 2025, then March 2026. I think we're planning to catch up by December 2026. And then in terms of the balance here, debt, we're at 1.7 billion khoniana, 881 million owed by government, 92 million by councils, 144 million by businesses, and 659 million by domestic customer quadrant. We've engaged BDF, we're called about 380 million, your Minister of Child Welfare and Basic Education. Those are our high owing customers. We're engagements with them to try and get this 1.7 billion back to us. I think you mentioned, is it affecting our cash flow? Certainly it is. I think if you look at our finances, kind of balance sheet as such, our reserves have reduced significantly. So we've been relying on our reserves to run our operations, I think for at least the past two years. We look at 1.9 million paid payroll liabilities. I think it's not a mistake. Those are leave pay provisions and gratuity provisions. The employee of work. Any other arrangement. And then in terms of payroll trajectory, 2024, we're at 1.1 billion, 2025, 1.2 billion, and then 2026, 27, we're anticipating to spend 1.3 billion more payroll. And this is owing to new recruitments, cost of living adjustments, and then the implementation of the new organizational review kind of structure. Pumping power relating to NSC, I think it's an excess of 40%. I don't have the exact number, but that can be provided at a later stage. And then in terms of the projected payback period, the smart prepaid water metering solution, the financial model, we're projecting the project in 5 years. It had a positive net present value of 243 million and an average accounting rate of return at 6%. Where it is right now, project they well on, and we're yet to ascertain whether we'll meet these targets, looking at what is happening on the ground. Financial model is there, but there's what happens on the ground. And then you asked the question, is work sustainable? I think right now, as it is not. We've had perennial losses. I think the last time we made a profit was in 2018. And as a result of the things that I mentioned earlier, COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, other factors, our cost structure hit the tariff. Our tariff currently, on average per kiloliter, it's 37.88 per kiloliter. Our average cost per kiloliter is 47.48 per kiloliter. So we have an average loss per kiloliter, 9.60. So, and this has eroded our ability to be sustainable. I think in the not so distant future, we're just going to have very difficult conversations around sustainability at Corporas. And then in terms of just the last one, in terms of contract retention, I think it's a simple one. If you look at our asset base has increased by 36%, 23, 24. 24 increased by 43%. So as a result of the increase in our property, plant and equipment, retention gets really as a result thereof. So in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Supplementary. The last one. No, it's a do or die.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. CEO. Now, these dams that have been built along River Seine or the main suppliers, you look at Boshashe, one about who creates Matamo, one not one about who creates Matam. Are they licensed to do that? To do those dams selling or the Matamuana? And lastly, how much what I would do a borehole digging while paying Kanaki Hakai? What's the procedure? Your charges are just too high. Procedure again. But lastly, communication. How can I break down? The communicate and lead customers are not about the breakdown, go blockade the Miziata Basi. ko kwa e ka metsi a tabasio. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Finish ka kwa ga rabiwa ka kwa.
Potso ya me ya consultancy fee ya project ya Kanye. Ha ke a utlwa e arabiwa. The 12 million variation ya tender ya Kanye. Le gore the ministry was not how approve without approval of the Minister of Finance, and who is liable for this unauthorized payment?
Shall I, Mr. Chair?
No, sorry.
Sorry, we omitted it. We don't have the facts on this one. I'm personally not aware of it. So I'll beg your indulgence for we follow it up and submit. You'll submit.
I did mention that this is emanated from the PEC report. So I don't know what a report their PEC or defined this certainty.
That's why it comes as a surprise, because we've gone through the reports and I'm not aware of it.
Thank you, Chair. I think the report, that item emanates from the Auditor General's report, 2022, which then went to the PAC last year. So that item was referring to or relating to the project Kanye water pipeline. The consultant overshot his fees by that 12 million, and then the ministry paid without the knowledge of the Ministry of Finance or approval of Ministry of Finance as required. So I think you can refer to the Auditor General's report 2022. Then maybe you might not have received the PAC report because Yako Ministry lies with the ministry as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it explains why we are not privy to it, because we are not responsible for the project. It was conducted by a different entity. So the question should be directed to the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation, or rather, Ministry. Yeah, Ministry. Yeah. I had a pipeline. So the supplementary question, Honorable Francis, small dams and dam catchments, most of small dams are agricultural dams, save for the ones in leased areas. They have to acquire a license from the Water Apportionment Board for them to be constructed. Otherwise, they will be illegal. Yeah. So the ones that are there that we know of are legal. CDMO private properties. You can construct a dam kind of wiper CD. But as for wiper CD, more being, it's a huge risk, because of the risk of cross contamination, cross connection with the mainstream network, and hence contamination, because groundwater, Momitsi, in all villages and towns is contaminated, Kedipit Latin and so forth. So we don't encourage, even water apportionment will not allow it. We are aware about of construction to reduce, but then also know they want to use the water, which is a very, very high risk. Currently, Minister of Education, we advise them against that, because they'll cause diseases more badly. But all applications to drill boreholes go to the Water Apportionment Board.
Session e tang ha re ta go pala le re ta go pa gore le 4 hours le go le ba batho technique re ba ta go botsa dipotso di ntse le tshaba le sone se na interest thata mo kganya ya metsi kana metsi ke botshelo le nna ka gona go botsa kana go e tsamaile mme ke ne ke re mo boemong ba komiti re a le leboga le gona re a boa rona gape ka 11 for gambling authority ba tla le siela teng ga ke ba le ska la tsamaya le sa tsena ka go bone ka gore rona re na le 5 minutes la batho teng gore re boele gambling authority ka 11 mo boemong ba komiti re a leboga water utilities a go tswelela le dira tiro ente le sa itumele mme sielang ba tsona metsi ga re itumele mme Good morning once more. Ke bidiwa Arafat Kitsokan. Ke mo parlamente wa kgaolo ya Molepolle Bokoni. Ke eteletse pele committee ya statutory bodies and state enterprises. Me anong ke tile ke ala amogela go nna teng ga lona. Me ke tile go naela ba committee ya me gore ba introduce le bodiredi gore tle le itse gore le bua le bomang. Ha ke hetsa ke tebe ke le neela gore le lona le introduce ba lena le bone.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Maina a me ke bidiwa go Tlhabologo Furniture. Ke leloko la komiti yone. Ke mo parlamente wa batho ditlhare le diphologolo tsa tati o botlhaba. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Chair. Ke bidiwa Gaele Sdombo, ke mo parlamente wa Tonota, ke leloko la komiti.
Dumelang bagaetsho. Ke bidiwa Mphemetse Kwapa, ke mo parlamente wa Jone Mabutsane, ke leloko la komiti yone. Thank you.
Ke a leboga Honorable Chair. Maina a me ke Jeremiah Jerry Frenza, Member of Parliament for Shashe West. Shashe West, in the vicinity of Francistown. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Good afternoon, morning. Honorable Chair, le lona ke a le dumedisa bagaetsho ke bidiwa Caterpillar Kainangura Hikwama mo parlamente wa Mau West ke leloko la komiti yone ke a leboga.
Dumela Chair, ke a le dumedisa Lothebetso. Ke bidiwa Phil Aaron, ke mo parlamente wa Ngami ebile ke leloko la komiti yone. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Janet Madiepe Mahana from the Office of the Auditor General. I'm the Deputy Auditor General. Thank you.
Dumela, ke bidiwa Samuel Diane from Office of Accountant General. Ke na le bomme ba babedi ha ke Mmeko ke Mosimanyane le Kathata Molefe Williams. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rapelandi Zinkau from the Attorney General's Chambers.
Dumelang, ke bidiwa Gamang Lebele. I'm the technical advisor to the committee.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, ke bidiwa tiro ya one Monthusi More wa Kwena, ke le mokwaledi wa komiti yone. Ke a leboga.
Good morning. The names for the record are Tel Seleto for the Parliamentary Council's office. Thank you.
I invite Gambling Authority representative to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Murunsi Kemorwale. I am the acting CEO of the Gambling Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm Tsepa Mahang and I'm the acting Chief Financial Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I'm the Director for Legal Services and also the Board Secretary for Gambling Authority.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Mopatiram Mekwa. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Gambling Authority.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Mbati Lebang. I am the Chief Internal Auditor. Mbati Lebang.
Let me remind witnesses that proceedings are held under oath. We have been summoned to give evidence before this Parliamentary Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprises. The evidence you will give before this committee will be on oath or affirmation and must be truthful in terms of the oath or affirmation you shall take before giving your evidence. You have an option to swear to oath or on the Bible by putting your left hand on the Bible and with your right hand raised. Or you may opt to make an affirmation if you object to the first oath and declare as follows. And that's authenticate our oath kana or the first four barbates ultimate kahama. Aloro okumurago toka wahasingwele nartame it says, I,
Morunsi Morale,
do hereby swear that
the
evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. I,
Tshepa Magang,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence that I shall swear give, the evidence.
I,
Tshepa Magang,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence that I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I,
Leswele Ngaka,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Unsebuka kahate.
I, Mopatira Meko.
Do it. Arishimul.
I, Mopatira Meko.
Do hereby swear that
Do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence that I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing else but the truth.
nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. On behalf of the Statutory Bodies Committee, I welcome you to the committee. Your attendance is highly appreciated. Please note that the examination is part of our Parliament's oversight responsibility. As a result, we welcome your cooperation and thoughtful responses to the members of the committee. I'm now going to invite the accounting officer to present his executive summary. Please limit your presentation to key issues and highlights of the mandate of Botswana Gambling Authority, financial performance, governance, auditors' reports, BAWA, PPRA, and other regulators' reports. Ke a go le neela 15 minutes ela gore le soboke presentation ya gago go tsweng go be ke neela batlotlegi gore ba lebotse dipotso. So ke nako ya gago, the accounting officer.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. As already highlighted, I am the acting CEO of the Gambling Authority, a statutory body under the Ministry of Trade and Entrepreneurship. We have a broad and varied mandate, I should say, but that can be summed up into three major functions. Function number one being to control the development of gambling establishments in Botswana, the licensing and regulatory aspect. Number two, being to account for government revenue from the gambling industry. And number 3, and being the most important one for us, is to ensure safe and sustainable gambling offering in Botswana. Now, taking you a little back, Mr. Chair, by way of history of gambling in Botswana, legalized or formalized gambling in Botswana can be located to the pre-independence era of 1962, when the Bechuanaland government then enacted the Lotteries and Betting Act, which regulated mostly lottery and betting related to charity activities. In 1971, there was then the enactment of the Casino Act, which regulated the casinos. This ensured that by 1995, there were at least 8 licensed casinos in Botswana. In 2002, there was a gambling policy which set out a policy for the industry. And 2012, there was then the enactment of the Gambling Act, which created the Gambling Authority by merging the Lotteries and Betting Act with the Casino Act. In 2016, there was the lottery regulations, which then saw the expanded mandate of the Gambling Authority entailing licensing of bookmakers, of totalizators, limited payout machines, casinos, bingo, national lottery, and other forms of lottery. In terms of our financial highlights, Mr. Chairman, I wish from the outset to note that since establishment in 2016, the authority has consistently, Mr. Chairman, maintained unqualified audited financial statements. And we are very proud of that as the Gambling Authority. The authority has also progressively, Mr. Chair, implemented a deliberate financial sustainability strategy, which is aimed at reducing reliance on government subvention and strengthening internally generated revenue streams. We'll note, Mr. Chair, that like any other government institution, the authority heavily dependent on government subvention when it was established. However, through the introduction and expansion of licensing fees, monitoring fees, promotional competition revenues, service fees, and other regulatory income streams, the authority has steadily increased its self-generated revenue base. We are currently engaging with our board with a view to reduce our subvention by 50%. That is from 30 million, around 30 million to at least 15 million, looking at being self-sustainable within the shortest possible time, Mr. Chair. I also wish to refer to what we call the responsible gambling contributions. And before doing that, let me just speak briefly about the governance around this. The responsible gambling contributions, Mr. Chair, are under the control of a committee established by the Act known as the Excessive Gambling Prevention and Rehabilitation Committee. It is a committee that is established by the Act. Excessive Gambling Prevention and Rehabilitation Committee is a committee that reports directly to the minister responsible for trade. So it is this committee that then develops strategies according to the Act, develops strategies to combat a problem and excessive gambling in Botswana. And these strategies, once developed, they are then implemented by the Gambling Authority through deployment of what we refer to as the responsible gambling contributions. Mr. Chair, I will now wish to say our operating revenue has demonstrated strong and sustained growth over the period under review, increasing from 2.94 million in 2021-2022, the base year for this reporting, to 24 million in 2024-2025, with our projections indicating that a significant rise to 108 million pula in 2025-26. Mr. Chairman, let me touch briefly on our corporate strategy, which is anchored on 5 strategic areas of organizational capability, where we seek to provide human capacity and resource management services to support organizational programs. Governance, where we seek to provide efficient strategic leadership, management, and organizational administration, amongst others. And importantly, is stakeholder communication and engagement, which is aimed at increasing stakeholder knowledge and understanding of the role of the Gambling Authority and foster public support in the fight against problem and excessive gambling. When I now tend to focus on our alignment with the draft National Development Plan, which prioritizes 6 economic sectors and anchored on 6 strategic pillars to transition Botswana into a high-income country, Mr. Chair, I'll say the authority is aligned to tourism, sports and creative arts, and financial services and digitalization sectors, under which we seek or we aim to expand the entertainment and leisure economy. We also aim to support sports industry, such as horse racing, e-sports, and the arts, as well as financial services and digitization. Still on the draft NDP 12 priority, which prioritizes 3 social sectors, the Gambling Authority is aligned to social protection sector, where we aim to promote responsible gambling and public education. Let me briefly refer to our employees. Mr. Chair, we have 62 employees at the moment as the Gambling Authority, not the industry. I'll briefly refer to the industry. 61% of whom are female employees and 38% are male employees. The age range, Mr. Chair, of our employees, 66% of them are aged between 20 and 40 years. Let me now talk briefly about our achievement over the years, Mr. Chairman. We successfully rolled out new licensing framework, or new licenses, which transitioned the industry from a limited casino market to a diversified industry. And these saw an increase in citizen participation, citizen shareholding, from the then around 49% aggregate to 76% aggregated citizen shareholding. We continue also to implement anti-money laundering, CFT, and CPF supervisory systems. And we continue to license gaming suppliers and gambling industry employees. I also wish to highlight, Mr. Chair, that the Gambling Authority is an ISO 9001 certified organization. One of our achievements, Mr. Chairman, over the years is to reduce the prevalence of problem gambling from 5% to 3.4%, which is I think the only recorded reduction in the prevalence of problem gambling in the African continent. We normally see a rise in the prevalence of problem gambling, but in Botswana, we have seen a decline from 5% to 3.4%, and we are aiming to reduce it further to at most 2% through the Excessive Gambling Prevention and Rehabilitation Committee's efforts or program. In terms of our challenges, Mr. Chair, we have noticed a growth on illegal online betting platforms and cross-border gambling operations. There's underage and illegal gambling happening across the country. And to a large extent, Mr. Chair, we are not fully capacitated to perform certain regulatory tasks such as industry audits, but we continue to work with other regulators like the Northwest Gambling Board, Mpumalanga Gambling Board, and other international test labs to capacitate our employees to be able to work within this fast-evolving, technology-driven industry. Mr. Chair, as I now wish to move to anti-money laundering regulatory oversight, we participated in the mock evaluation and other, we continue to, in the mock evaluation and other national AML projects in preparation for mutual evaluation. We trained all operators on Go AML reforms, Go AML suspicious transactions reporting, cash transaction reporting, as well as ensuring that all operators have AML and CFT compliance officers. Mr. Chair, I wish to note that we are projecting that by the end of the current strategic period, which will run up to 2028 or 27-28, the industry will have employed over 2,000 or created over 2,000 new jobs. Let me now talk briefly, Mr. Chair, on the excessive gambling prevention framework. The Excessive Gambling Prevention and Rehabilitation Committee of the Gambling Authority has developed a robust excessive gambling prevention program that focuses primarily on public education and awareness through our Motaneko Opepa nationwide campaign, through our CSI and CSR initiative, CSI Corporate Social Investment and Corporate Social Responsibility initiatives, our partnership with various stakeholders across the country. So our partnership program is one of those that highlights our involvement within the communities, because as we partner with communities, we impart and enlist their support in the fight against problem gambling. We also continue, Mr. Chair, to train industry employees, and we are proud to announce that we have trained all employees in the gambling industry to date on being able to identify and dealing with problem gamblers and other responsible gambling imperatives. We also continue to monitor the industry, and if all these three, the first three that I referred to, public education and awareness, industry training, industry employees training, and industry monitoring fails, we have counseling, treatment, and a rehabilitation program. But our main focus is not on counseling and rehabilitation, because we want to take a preventative approach than a counter-offensive approach. Therefore, 80% of our efforts go towards public education and awareness, and we only deploy 20% of our resources towards counseling and rehabilitation, because that is the stage that we don't want to reach. We also depend largely on research, Mr. Chair, and I wish to share some figures with you so that you appreciate this industry. Gambling is widespread in Botswana. 36.6% of people are actively taking part in gambling, mainly, according to the research, due to financial pressures. 20% of gamblers are underage, and many of them, we have noticed that they start before the age of 21. What we need for you, Chair, to note is that 6.7% of the population, 6.7% of the population experience excessive and problem gambling behaviors. And these are the numbers from illegal gambling activities. From the legalized gambling activities, it is only 3.4% of the gamblers who are affected. So you can see that by licensing, the Gambling Authority has saved at least 50% of those who have otherwise faced a problem gambling, exhibited problem gambling tendencies. Now, as I conclude, Mr. Chair, let me look into our compliance with the Gambling Act major policies and implementation of audit recommendations as requested by the chair. So, sorry, let me focus on implementation of audit recommendations. My apologies. Mr. Chair, over the reporting period, we have received 5 financial audit findings. All of them are closed. From a corporate governance perspective, we received 12 audit findings. 6 of them closed, 6 remain open, and they are basically awaiting presentation to the board for them to be closed. External audit, we received 35 audit findings, and 33 of them are closed or were closed, and only 2 remain open, and they will be closed by the end of this financial year. In terms of internal audits, we received 59 audit findings, 56 of them are closed, and only 3 remain open, and they are work in progress and will be closed by the end of the current financial year, because they have to do with process automation, updating of inspection manual, and review of the gaming and gambling policy of 2002, Mr. Chairman. I thank you.
Ya leboga ka be ke itumelle gore no nthetse o kutula o tshwere nako tota. Ya leboga mme ke ta tsena mo go ba ya ka hela ka pela ke nela ba totege so o tla di kwala be ba araba be la ba le bona bo sebele gona la araba ka ta o tsoro o ntsole acting CEO for how long tsone ya ntha ya bobedi ka go lebega le dira madi laano la lona la go ikemela ka bonosi le go fokotsa go ikega ka madi a puso ke lefe ya boraro la go le ikela gore le emise go thusiwa ka madi a puso leng ke tsone tsa metseo tsa nthaela tseo a nkita ke botsa gape a nke ta simolola go neela batotegi mapalamente gore ba simolole go botsa wa ntha ba ikwadileng gago ke Honorable Aaron.
Ke a leboga Honorable Chair. Ke go leboge re ke morwale, right? Le loko la gago. Me gongwe pela ke simolola ke batla go tlhaloganya figure nngwe ga ke a tshwara sente ene o supa gore you are at 24 million and your estimated by the end of the year is 118 million. In Elia, you know, Billy, I give a creator, but I just want to understand that.
Operating revenue. Operating revenue, Mr. Chair. Operating revenue.
Okay, yeah. Okay, ke a leboga. Gongwe ke tlhaloganye sengwe gape gore how far are you with the process on the formation or registration of the National Lottery licensing process, and how has the delay on this project affected your gambling authority? Le gore gongwe ke tlhaloganye gore under the strategic objective number 5, there is intention to implement a multi-pronged responsible gambling program targeting all the risk groups and families. And what is Gambling Authority's rehabilitation strategy from the rising gambling addiction, especially among the youth and the males, as you estimated through your findings? We have about 36.6% population arona e rialo mme ebile gongwe ke supe gore ke na le tshwenyego mme ebile ke a leboga gore a bo supile gore we have a problem ya underage gambling. On your online platforms, tse di mo Botswana, tse di mo controlong ya gago, ke eng se o se dirang go bona gore bao ba ile gore they are underage? Ke tsa gore underage is below 21, right?
Yes. Yes.
They have no access to the gambling platforms. As it appears now, you have just opened it up. Has it ba ya go casha ke gone ba ra gore prove gore you are 21. Go mona ga se gore yano deliberately you are creating a society ya gambling ya gore bana ba nne addicted from as early as ya ka o sa tswa go bua 15. Ke buiswa se ke gore accounting officer kana online on a le channel ya gore you can say if you are below this you can't by saying enter your ID number. Gongwe ke rialo ke he se kae, even though I still understand is 16 still ha ena go ha, but uno supile gore as below as 15 gore re le ba sena o ma tota ba kgona go gamble. Ke eng se o ka se dirang gompieno go make sure gore system will not ever allow any child who is below 21. Le gore gongwe ke tlhaloganye gore with regard to rehabilitation, how much of the funds have you put aside for rehabilitation? Le gore o ka re ha dipalo tsa gore ke ba le kae go le gompieno ba ile gore e ne le di-addicts mme le kgonne go ba thusa gore ba tswe mo seemong se se maswe se ba le mo go sone. Hela ya ka ne chairperson a sa tswa go botsa e latelang, I would like to understand. You appear to make multi-millions, and ka ha o buang ka teng ebile di-projection tsa lona they are skyrocketing. Why are you still relying on government funding? Is it sweet money? Ka gore ka ha ke le bonang ka teng e ka ne lona batho ba ile gore you have long been off the hook le ikemetse ka bolona. Ke tshwentse gape ke gore area ra tse ile gore gongwe they are hard hit by poverty. From your findings tsa Gambling Authority Botswana ya 2025 go supa gore gantsi le Northwest they are the most addicted as compared to the rest of Botswana. Ke sa re Botswana o mongwe ga a dire se se rai le gore gongwe ke tlhaloganye gore go lebega gore Gambling Authority e dira madi mo gongwe ga gore bone either bo online, more especially online, go na le sengwe kana ga betway mo go teng mo bana ba ja di allowance tsa bone before ba se ba re gore ka tsela nngwe tla intshwarela. Just to give you an example, ke sa re gore ke a re maybe I shouldn't mention a particular one ka gore are there any good returns to our community, to our citizens? Ya ka ra te ruto ko mahatseng mangwe re itse gore le ha gone gambling regard is not the best thing, me o kgona go bona batho ile gore gate ba wina tsone di jackpot tsone tse. Why madi a kgobokana hela go dirwa madi mo go sa supege mo bone ba ile gore ba gambola? Ke a leboga.
Honorable Kwapa. Thank you, Mulastilo. for giving me such an opportunity to ask them questions. Without any waste of time, which audit recommendations have proven difficult to implement and why? The second one is, if your accounts for 2025 turn out to be true after audit, why do you still need government subvention when your revenues are growing at a very fast rate? Shouldn't you rather start paying back money invested by government in establishing the gambling authority? So, one of the licenses that the authority has authorized are SMS competitions. There is a competition that was running last year in 2025 where someone was to win 1 million pula. Can you confirm if that draw has taken place and if the winner has been announced? Are these type of competitions secure? There have been articles and statements made in the public domain that 3.5% of what is called gross gambling revenue for excessive gambling contributions is causing harm to the industry. Can you explain what other jurisdictions levy for such programs and how it compares to Botswana? So the other question is, there are reports that there are several entities that have closed down, such as Temani Casino in Jwaneng, my constituency for that matter. Is there a possibility that the levies collected by the authority is closing down businesses? Are there any other entities that have closed down or returned their licenses since the authority came the regulator? Are you saying that the board committee controls the excessive gambling contributions, and if so, where did you get the fund order from? Did you get the fund order from the Ministry of Finance? If not, how is this in line with the Public Finance and Management Act? The last two questions would be, if the board indeed approved the grant to the ministry, were they so empowered? Were they, in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, required to obtain approval from the Ministry of Finance? Was this approval obtained? So the last one, Ulastilo, in the 2023-24 financial year, the Gambling Authority awarded a grant to the Ministry of Trade and Industry to facilitate the industry in the rationalization exercise of state-owned enterprises. So my question is, from what source was the money paid and who approved this transaction? Thank you, Tatam Blastelo.
Honorable Francis.
Honorable Chair. Ke tsenela, but not strictly ke taba ke lebeletse di finance, because I have a worry about Botswana now are addicted to this gambling, especially Betway. So I'll stick into the financial performance of the Gambling Authority. My first question, Honorable Chair, the auditors have previously reported non-compliance of the Gambling Authority with paying laws. Why have you delayed to resolve this matter? And how much is owed to retiring employees because of non-compliance? The auditors have previously reported non-compliance of Gambling Authority with paying laws. Why have you delayed to resolve this matter?
Through you, Chair, I don't seem to get the honourable member's question. The auditors have previously...
the auditors have previously reported non-compliance of Gambling Authority with gratuity paying payment laws, paying them gratuity.
Oh.
Yes. Did you get the question? Are you okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh,
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. On the segregation of duties for the bank reconciliation process, has any senior officer in the finance department been appointed above the accounts officer? Have the duties been segregated as was recommended? Okay, thank you. The auditors also noted that invoice number IN 00713 has been omitted in the accounting system. How much was this invoice and how was it omitted? How was it omitted? Without mentioning names, this one is related to the previous one, but the one that was being asked by Honorable Kwapa. But without mentioning names, have you revoked any casino licenses during the period under review? Were there any fees owed by these customers as have been and have, so let me come again. Were there any fees owed by these customers that you revoked the license for, if there are any? And have these fees been recovered, if there are any? I think you got the question now. And the last question, looking at the percentage of Botswana that are now into this gambling. The last question that I've got, Honorable Chair, the revenues of the government, the Gambling Authority has increased radically from 2.94 million to 108.12 million in less than 5 years. I think you gave out these figures when you were doing your presentation. So my question is, how much of this is invested back to corporate responsibility, since some of this may be generated from gambling addiction? You mentioned where some of your money is invested in, like horse racing, sports, and those tourism and others. So I want to know the amount that you spend on those games, so we can know the figures, since we know that a lot more, especially the youth, the way we are seeing it, 36.6 of Botswana into this game, more especially the Betway. Wherever you go, they will tell you into this game. Okay, thank you. The chairman now is angry with me.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I will take some of the questions and then allow my colleagues in finance, legal, and operations, the audit to respond to the questions affecting or relating to their departments. I believe that is okay, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you. I've been acting CEO for 10 months now, because I started acting in August 2024, 2025, which is last year. And on the question of the National Lottery, I'll leave the self-funding one for Mr. Mahang to attend to the self-funding model. On the question of the National Lottery, or the failure or the absence of a national lottery, of course, it does affect government revenue, because, and also not only government revenue, also the funding of sports, the funding of arts, and other matters or aspects that the National Lottery Distribution Fund is meant to fund. We also continue to lose money to people who may gamble or continue to gamble on illegal lotteries or even lotteries outside the country. There are instances where Botswana will go to places like Mamafikeng and others, or maybe jurisdictions in South Africa, to purchase lottery tickets. So that will then suggest that we continue to lose money. But what we are currently doing is that we are facilitating a process which will ensure that we have a national lottery before the end of this financial year. So that process is already in motion, and the nation will be informed accordingly. In terms of our rehabilitation strategy, we do work with counselors or counseling services providers across the nation. So our standpoint is that wherever there is a psychosocial support or service provider anywhere in Botswana, if there is a gambler or an affected family, they can use their services and the gambling authority will pay. So any properly trained and properly registered gambling addiction specialist or other counselors or support service offers, service offerers are allowed to offer services and invoice the gambling authority because their rates are controlled. Therefore, whether you are in Lobatse, you can walk to the nearest counseling service provider. They will contact us. You get a service, then we pay because their rates are controlled. So there's no room for abuse.
My apologies, Chair. I'm very interested to know, for instance, how many accredited counsellors do you have in Maun and in Hansi, the areas that we say are mostly affected, and numbers per each? Thank you.
Thank you. Our Act says we should outsource, is the word used, from properly accredited or qualified companies or non-governmental organizations. So it says we should outsource from private companies, and we do not have their addresses, so that any private company that provides those services are allowed. So it has to be a private sector-led counseling, because we need to also empower those service providers. So the Act is very clear on that, that it must be outsourced. That service must be outsourced. It's in the in terms of, okay, again, our rehabilitation strategy is mostly anchored on public education and awareness. So we do not focus much of our attention on counseling, because for us that means suggest a failure in our program. In other jurisdictions, the prevalence of problem gambling is at both 0.1, 0.2%. So you can see that counseling suggests that there's a failure somewhere. We are conducting a robust public education and awareness program because we believe that an informed player is an empowered player. The online platform ones, I'll leave for Mopati, where she will talk to minors under 21. Yes, 3.5% of the gross gaming revenue is collected or is paid by the industry as responsible gambling contributions and not levy. And Lesole will clarify on the two in relation to the question that was asked about levy fund order and clarify why it is not necessary for these contributions to be controlled through a levy fund order. So our lawyer will deal with that. How many addicted gamblers have we assisted? I would say since 2016, 394 gamblers have gone through this program of counseling and rehabilitation, 394. And we also wish to highlight that counseling is voluntary, unfortunately. It is not compulsory. The Gambling Authority continues to encourage people to seek counseling, but as in other sectors, we realize that people are slow to approach counseling services providers, but we continue to motivate, we continue to encourage them, especially through family members, because the Gambling Authority also pays even where family members have to be counseled as a team or as a group. So the family of the affected gambler and the family and the impacted members of the family, Gambling Authority still pays for, but strictly speaking, it is the industry, let me not say Gambling Authority. Strictly speaking, the industry pays through this 3.5% that we collect from the industry. Then we pay for their rehabilitation. Sepi will answer on why are we still relying on government funding, or Ms. Mahan, sorry, I say Sepi. And then, on the, yes, we can confirm that the research, national research on the prevalence of problem gambling that we conducted in May 2025 identified Khanzi and the Northwest District as hard-hit areas when it comes to problem gambling. But we also need to note that this was before the licensing of online gambling by the authority, meaning the people we are referring to were betting on illegal platforms because there is no, for instance, a casino or a bingo shop in Khanzi. Yet it is an area that is identified as having been hard hit by problem gambling, meaning these are the people we are worried about who gamble on illegal platforms. This is what it means. And we continue to work with the police, other regulators like your BOCRA, to ensure that we make it difficult for illegal gambling operators to offer their services within our jurisdiction. Further to that, we continue with our robust public education program, which entails, the honorable member referred to it as community investment, which entails that we call it partnerships and involvement. This is where we identify events in various parts of the country. It can be football matches, it can be golf tournaments, it can be Mabelo Adipizzi, or any other event that pulls large crowds of people. Now we partner with them in order that we can spread our messages. so that we avoid information fatigue, where maybe footballers will gather people, and then the following day is the gambling authority also gathering the same group of people now to talk about gambling, and then next it will be another group of people about another message. So we have decided on a strategy of partnerships and involvement, and it is working well for us. Hence why we are talking of the reduction of the prevalence of problem gambling from 5% in 2020 to 3.4% in 2025, which is the only recorded reduction in the prevalence of problem gambling in Africa. So the Excessive Gambling Prevention and Rehabilitation Committee is very effective in ensuring that gambling in Botswana is kept, or problem gambling in Botswana is kept under control. I'll leave the one on audit finding, which are difficult to close for Mr. Lebang. Self-funding for Ms. Tsepa Magang. SMS competition, 1 million, I'll leave it for Mopati Rammekwa. And let me deal with the one that, the question, I think from Honorable Kwapa, that says, is it possible that the 3.5% contributions by the industry is hurting the industry, hence why maybe some casinos, like the one he referred to, or shut down? We have a different view. Our view is that polluter must pay, which is an environmental principle. And we also believe that responsible gambling does not harm the industry. Rather, it creates a sustainable industry. Hence why we see that amongst licensed operators, we have only 3.4% as gamblers exhibiting problem gambling tendencies or habits. But for those who play on the illegal markets or platforms, the figure is at 6.7%. So we can see that a regulated industry is what the gambling industry needs for it to be sustainable. It is the polluter who must pay. It is not the government who must then pay for the rehabilitation of these gamblers. The money must come from the industry because it is the one that provides the service. So I think I will allow my colleagues, starting with Memahang, then Relesole, Mopati, then Mbati, to deal with the questions related to their mandate. Thank you.
So we'll hear in 5 minutes. So this is it.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Chair, thank you. In terms of our self-sustenance model, ours was a deliberate one. As you may see on our income, we started in 2021 having more reliance on government subvention. But over the years, more reliance is now on self-generated revenue. This was through the introduction of the new license types such as bookmaker and machines with limited bets and payouts, popularly known as LPMs, and also the introduction of the service fee that was benchmarked with other parastatals, as they also charge supervisory fees. We just started in this financial year that just ended. We just started recovering and transforming from a deficit to excess, and hence that's why the CEO did mention that we are engaging with the board and the shareholder so that we have a phased out plan to be weaned off subvention. So we are planning that in 2028 we will be self-sustaining and being able to free up the government subvention to other priority areas by the government. In terms of, I'm not sure if I got the question right regarding to the payment of gratuity encashments. If that's the one, then yes, initially the tax on the gratuity when it was encashed before the end of the employment term, employees are given an opportunity to be able to encash their gratuities. However, that the tax that was applied was not the correct one. However, after this finding, it was immediately rectified and reconciliations were done to make proper accountability in the books. And then in terms of the bank reconciliations, you did ask if there are any officer, senior officer being appointed. And in terms of segregation of duties, there are segregation of duties in our in the finance department. It's just that in terms of our controls, when we implement controls, there was an oversight in terms of we didn't write or put evidence to make sure that they have actually been reviewed. However, after the recommendations by the auditors, these were rectified and we continue to enhance our internal controls. And also, there was a period, this was a period where they were acting appointments and movements during the finance department. However, as mentioned, we continue to enhance our internal controls. The one relating to the invoice, it was a system error, of which it was also rectified as it was never a repeat finding. And I will just confirm the amount, but it was not a material one. In terms of CSI, we do, in our RFA, the request for application when we were issuing out licenses, we had one of the conditions for the operators was for them to allocate 1% of their income to CSI. So with the Gambling Authority, we wouldn't want to expect that from our licensees. We also do the same practice and we provide between 3 and 5% of our income. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Honorable Chair. I will address the issue relating to the utilization of responsible gambling contributions. So I just want to clarify that in terms of the Gambling Act, we are required to establish two funds. The first one is the levy fund, and the second one is the National Lottery Distribution Fund. So these are the only two funds which are required to be established by the Gambling Act. The levy fund's main mandate is towards the development of the industry. The Minister of Finance has since issued a statutory order, and the fund is being implemented. The second one is the National Lottery Distribution Fund, and because of delays relating to the implementation of the National Lottery, this fund is yet to be operationalized. The moment we issue the National Lottery license, we shall approach the Minister of Finance with a view of getting the statutory order to govern operations of this fund. Now, in terms of the governance relating to the utilization of responsible gambling contributions, the Act is very categorical. It calls for the establishment of a committee called the Excessive Gambling Prevention and Rehabilitation Committee. Mr. Chair, this is part of the board committees, and it's responsible for implementing the broader mandate of the Gambling Authority Board. Now, it is mandated to develop programs which are aimed at curbing incidences of problem gambling or gambling addiction. And the committee reports to the minister. They are mandated under the Act to come up with programs, strategies, budgets, and then report through annual reports on an annual basis to the minister. So this has been the case. There's no requirement under the Act to promulgate a fund order, as the contributions are not categorized as a fund or as a levy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe, Mr. Chair, I should also touch on the question posed by one of the honorable members relating to the closed casinos and how much they were owing to the Gambling Authority and whether we have managed to recover. So we had two entities that closed due to operational challenges. One, at the time of closure, owed the Gambling Authority accumulated fees in the sum of 221,000, and the other owed around 592,000. The first one was 221,000. The second, 592,000. So we pursued a legal action against the two. However, they were placed into liquidation, and though we had judgments, we were unable to recover, as they did not have any tangible assets to be appropriated. So during 2025, the Gambling Authority Board resolved to write off the accumulated debts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. I'll speak to the one on underage gambling. We noted that some operators, online operators, had underage gamblers, and they were sternly warned to stop accepting bets from underage persons. Furthermore, we are currently integrating with Omang so that Omang verification is easier. With regards to the casinos that closed, we have a total of 4 casinos that has closed. The other one was burned by fire, and the other one has temporarily closed due to financial difficulties, as well as the other 2 that he made reference to. And with regards to the SMS competition, the draw was done, and there was a 1 million winner, and it was done live on RB2. And we have since received the proof of payment for the winner.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will be on corporate governance. There's this platform which is running in the, on the Facebook. Ne idirisa maina ba gore to say President Boko or Vice President Ndaba has played and won this. So how far true it is and what actions are you taking against those people by law? They are using maina ba gore. There's 14 million pula which was spent on responsible gambling costs in 2023. Could you elaborate what was being paid? And how is the authority ensuring independent compliance enforcement with strong ethics controls through its processes? Thank you, Dipediela. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Furniture. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mine will be just quick and short ones. I will deal with the recommendations by Bauer. I just want to know that has the Gambling Authority been reviewed by Bauer? That's first question. If so, did the findings indicate compliance or non-compliance with good corporate governance? if you have not been reviewed by BAWA, what have you done to ensure that Gambling Authority complies with good governance practice? Ke a leboga, Mr. Chair.
a gona tse pedi re ka tsare hetse e ke ba ka le la 3 minutes re ntse gore re tere tswa ka pele ya me ke ya
follow up, Chair.
ke ta gone ya budget ya rona ya CSR ke bokae ka ngwaga le gore ha le hirana a la advertise kana la headhunter in re dire phapa se ka ra elaborate dipotso e be ba naela ba
nya thank you Chair. Ne ke dira follow up mo go ya platform ya Berry. I read somewhere go te ba khonno go bonwa and potso ke gore a me ya ka ba bono yana madi ane a batho ba gembola ka bane a le khonno go a retrieve ka boela ba ne ba gembola ke a leboga.
Okay, is it?
Yeah. Ke a leboga Chair. Gongwe ke santse ke batla go tlhaloganya with regard to public awareness ka gambling, how you assist, because to me if we have almost 40% ya problem in an area ga re simolle ka counseling me be re bona gore ha re kgonne go stabilize this ya ka tsa go bua be re bona prevention ke ga ise go utwe sentente gore le ke di hiditsela tse ile gore la di dirisa gongwe la iseng tsa mokwalo kana gato motswana ga batla go hita selo o se be mo mokwalong ke raya ka gongwe bo di body hela le supala gore if you have a problem with addiction please contact it ke di hiditsela tse le di dirisang tse ile gore ba tswana ba ka medicine mo toropong hela botswana bo bote ka gore le rele madi a ile gore a betse go ka thusa batho ba mme bile ke batla go no go itse gore the hard hit, more especially the hard hit points, le twiste batho ba le kae ka ro ke tshwengwa ke gore gantsinyana mahilo ona go teng yaneng a be nna gore di councilor di go mo go gaborone le bolo batse ke sone go nna yana. That is why I still insist teng ko maung teng ko gantsi ke ba le kae ba le ba thusitseng ke a leboga.
Honorable Fraser.
Ke a leboga Honorable Chair. I'll be brief. Honorable Accounting Officer, Usupile gore Khansi and Northwest have been hard hit by this game, gambling. Yet there is no legal facility on so my question is, sentente ba ka tsoba tshameka game di heng gore we ka tswele di kana there are so many games that involves this, so ba to itse game di karata, horse racing ba I get gongwe an ordinary motswana yo kwa ntle kwa sa itse dio tsa go tsona le tsone se gongwe re le ke gore gongwe ba ikgape mo go tsone ba to itse gore sentente game tse ba bomba le involved mo go tsone ke di heng ka re bongwe ba betšha ka dikarata kana. Thank you Honorable Chair.
Ha ke ba neela kgakololo ke gore ya no ha re ntse re tswella go pele ha ona le gongwe company e re batang go bua ka ene gongwe re company B kara X ha wa ta go bua ka Rafat ya so ha yana ha o re X gore se karato gara ba ba so nga ra tshwana go ba rana le mathata ka bone ke kgakololo ya rona rotho gore ke sona gore ka tour ha re dile posorta re ipa ka ntserta ba re ka tour ta dira botoka ke nako ya lona.
Thank you Chair. Me ke tse pedi ke ta togela ba ke na le bone ba tse di ba le ba bone. Sorry. Yes, when there's a vacancy we do advertise unless where we are promoting or from within. Otherwise, if we do not have the relevant people or the properly qualified people and experienced people internally, then we advertise externally, but we do. E nngwe e ne ke batla go bua ka yone ke gongwe ke ya ga Honorable Aaron, ga ke tswana ke e tshwere sentle, but we are saying that the prevalence of problem gambling mo Botswana amongst those who play on licensed platforms that are licensed by the Gambling Authority, the prevalence of problem gambling is at 3.4%. And the prevalence is at 6.7% amongst those who gamble on illegal and unlicensed platforms. Ke linka le reng ke di hit game tsone tseo. Bana ba dikolo, they use a calculator. One of the game ya ba tshameka mo calculator ele gambling. The same calculator le ba inetseng gore ba dirise. They play gambling ka yone. Gona le ba betang mo di snookeng or pool tables. There are those gona le bo coin spin, di karata, le tsone bo di pitse jalo. So these are huge markets tse di diragalang undetected. But when we do research, we pick that people are heavily playing on these various platforms. Mogoya, what ways or what avenues do we use to spread our messages? We are currently running a campaign ebitswa motshameko o phepa. E targetileng di sites di le 500 across Botswana. In the next financial year, or actually in this current financial year, the sites are going to be 1,500, meaning we reduce the radius between sites. So we are getting closer and closer to people. So these trucks are moving, this motshameko paper conducted through trucks, they are moving from village to village. But besides that, we also are on the radio, on television, on social media, and we're also using some of our social media influencers. Ga ke tsela nka ba bitsa bone ka ke re ba hirile. Mme gongwe go tabo gote ke ne ke ba rekisa me ke tswe ke tsaya ke re ha ke le social media influencers la ba bona bontsi ja bone. We use music artists, we go to music festivals, because we go there and spread our messages. Le maloba ka di were relays in the re spread our messages. Ke tsa ke re ke di amile tse dingwe ke tla tlogela ya di false adverts for Mopati, ya Bawa for Mbati, ya CSR budget for Tshepi ke tsa ke re tsone tsela. Ke tla gona le ke togetse. We once used billboards and even kadiware relays mo marogong, some bridges gona le di messages tsa tsena re di tiketse gone ka kong. So yes, we'll continue to improve and diversify our tactics in terms of public education. We note the feedback from Honorable Arone that gongwe di billboard di ka nna botlhokwa. Will definitely do so because kana madi a go tile 3.45% eo ga ta dirisediwe exactly that. Ga go a dirisediwe 2%, ga ta dirisediwe 3.5%. So we are going to do that. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Regarding the 40 million that was spent in relation to responsible gambling, responsible gambling unit is a separate unit that has its own employees and that implements its own initiatives and its own strategy. So the costs relating to the 40 million bula were salaries, management fees, public educations, counseling, and industry training. Thank you.
And Hotatsa Chair again, Harira industry training, redirisa the components of Botswana. So harna our own programs rona. Naraira a public call for people who have relevant courses on responsible gambling and others to register with us, and we continue to receive registration by people who have relevant courses. So re hira the companies tsa Botswana to offer these training services to the industry.
And the one in relation to the CSI, for each financial year, we do budget between 3 and 5%. However, I don't have the exact figures. I can get them if they are needed.
Ogari di batela bo already submitted.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Through you, Chair, the one relating to the BOW audit, I can confirm from the Honorable Committee that indeed we went through the BOW audit. Now, in terms of financial reporting, we had 5 audit findings, which have since been closed. And then in terms of corporate governance, we had 12, and we have since successfully closed 6. 6 remain outstanding. In terms of the 6, they're basically related to 1, structural findings that would necessitate changing our current act, and then the remainder necessitated board approval. We have gone for a couple of months without a board, which has now since been constituted, and it is our intention to present them in the next sitting. Thank you.
Honorable members, on the one on false adverts on Facebook, I would like to declare that I've never seen the adverts. However, we will work with our fellow regulators to check if that is something regulated under the Gambling Act and to determine how we can cap such. Thank you.
Yami ritumetse re kopa a ke so re ska go sena pressure e kalo are ka le ka re thusa in 14 days ka di figure tsene di talk tomorrow na bene re di ile 14 days ha ba tlo ka re beile selepela mo go lona yana re le bogela go nne teng ga lona le ka moso a re le bitsa le nne teng tota ke go baakanya tsonetse gore re ta ba re kopana re le committee after go lo re ta le thokante re tla ntse re le bitsa mo be mo ba committee ke a le leboga I got to nela president a le leboga
me before o leboga ela modulasetulo ka gore se tlo lebogile nna ke rata ela gore out of all this SOEs tse re ntse re di bitsa the gambling authority, I mean, it dira botoka thata, it's clean. So ke sengwe sa dilo se e leng gore mo re tshwanetse gore re ba opelele go mo bona. Keep pushing. Le figure tse di supang gore 2020 dira double employee over 2,000 people. It shows gore gongwe lona la somewhere. And well done for that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Nyamini ke a goela ka tsone tseo gore maiteko ra a bona. Tota re na le sumo le ha tsile re na le mathata one a go tlhoka ditiro. Maybe a se la akanya ka bo 2,000 yana ke go le mo tshwantse gore re go leboge thata ra go leboga le gore le dira sentle. Ra ga gore madi a ntse la dirana le tabo a ntse a boela go setšhabeng gore re kgone go a dirisa. Mo boeng mo committee re leboga thata ka e tlhalosana gore le bangwe ba di SOE tse le dirang bontle thata gore a gore boeteledipele ba lona butshwere tiro sentle anong ke ipotsa gore ga go actiwa 10 months yana the appointing authority o ko ka ene gore a re wa diega mme re tasela re lebelela re le komite ya gore le ba tsenye lentswana gore gongwe ebile a le ka nna permanent gongwe le taya gore dabola dipalo se thatatse mme re a leboga thata ba re ba talo fa lunch teng ha parlamenteng hale gore ra go ba re bo gape ka 2 o'clock re ta go kopana le Botswana Railways ra leboga.